The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Sarr gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long three. He got it! Oh, he got it! He hit it! He hit the long three-pointer from the logo with 0.3 of a second left to go. I don't believe it. UConn has taken the lead with 0.3 of a second left to go in a mad scramble off a steal, and the UConn Huskies are 0.3 of a second away from a trip back to the Final Four. Unbelievable.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show of any of the topics we dive into, and it's 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, let us know who you are and where you're from so you can get featured on the show. All right, Brad, what a freaking weekend, brother. We're going to get to your ILL back to the Final Four for the first time in over 2 decades at the expense of our video producer, Monty, and his Iowa Hawkeyes. That was a tremendous game, but we've got to start with that call yesterday. As you heard it on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, you could have listened to the game on the Westwood One Sports app, which you can listen to the show, our show right now on the Westwood One Sports app, and you can listen every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. UConn with an improbable stunner, and I saw a headline that was pretty apt. 36 years after Christian Laettner hits a game winner to send Duke over UConn, the Huskies get their revenge. Caden Boozer's turnover with just seconds to go leads to the Braylon Mullins logo 3 with half a second left. UConn stuns Duke. It's the second straight season with another double-digit, mind-blowing lead collapse by John Shire and the Duke Blue Devils, and Dan Hurley and the Huskies are back in the Final Four for the third time in 4 years. What a weekend of games. What a Final Four we're set up for. How are you, brother? How the hell are you doing?
Oh, man, I partied hard over the weekend, and we're going to get to my ILL here in a moment. But that game yesterday was absolutely bananas. Duke was in absolute control. How much of a control were they in? Well, with about 1 minute and 20 seconds to go in the first half, they're up 44-25. According to ESPN's analytics, they had a 98.7% chance in that instance of winning the game. And then all of a sudden the wheels came off after halftime. UConn just chip it away. Some miscues here, some miscues there, some missed opportunities here, some other missed opportunities there. Duke had ample opportunities to seal the deal, slam the door, and they couldn't do it. And the steely resolve, the fight of UConn was something else, man. And I got to give credit where credit is due. Danny Hurley pushed all the right buttons. He's a maniac. As you saw in that last second sinkage of a play there by Mullins, that 35-footer to do the damage and plunge that last dagger is the code is partially off, and it gets to the face of the referee and Randy Ayers, who he knows, and a lot of people making a big deal about it. Oh, they should have teed him up. I'm like, no, they should have teed him up in that moment. I'm glad the referee didn't make it about him. I accepted the moment, knew that Danny was, not staring at him and saying, oh, see, I told you, should have given us some calls earlier in the game. It had nothing to do with that. That's just typically, a Danny Hurley move that you honestly see a lot of times with those stare downs in games, the refs and some of the opposing coaches and all that. And it's playful. It's not demeaning. It's not T-worthy by any stretch. So I'm glad that happened. But that game was nuts. And what I loved more than anything else in that moment, Pat, is after the game, go back on social media, looking at the highlights over and over again, and the cutaway to Danny Hurley's parents in the stands, and his mom drops a holy bleeping bleep right there on camera. You could read her lips, and I'm like, one of us, one of us, one of us. I thought that was awesome in that moment. Sorry to the Dukies, baby. He spoiled a golden opportunity. And Caden Boozer deserves a lot of finger pointage in his general direction, though it's a culmination of events. Really undid the massive lead that Duke had and has them on the outside looking in. And UConn, once again, getting to the mecca of college basketball in the Danny Hurley era, which adds a legendary chapter one day after another and another Final Four. Man, that was something. And we all were feeling Billy Raft in that moment. If you've seen his reaction live on camera, it's like he had died and gone to heaven. He could not believe what he was bearing witness to. And I think we all were invested in that moment the same way.
Yeah, phone number to join the show again is 310-840-4910. By the way, quick programming note, literally next segment, less than 15 minutes from now, we're going to have on the great Ben McCollum, Iowa's head coach, on the show, so you do not want to go anywhere. We're talking Duke UConn right now, but we're going to talk to Iowa head coach Ben McCollum here in less than 15 minutes. All right, Brad, a couple of things you hit on. One, look, I'm glad they didn't do it, but to say that that's not technical worthy, Dan Hurley literally lightly headbutted the referee after they hit the three. It wasn't after the buzzer. That was right after that three-pointer. It was like that would have been one instance where I wouldn't have been like, oh, the refs making it all about themselves. Dan Hurley got in the guy's face and nudged him with his head out of the way. He's lucky he didn't get a technical for that. I love Dan Hurley, and he's a psychopath. I have people. There's people on social media saying, "No, there's no way this is real. This is AI." No, that was real. The three goes in 5-10 seconds after the chaos subsides a little bit, and Dan Hurley goes up to the ref, who he was barking at earlier in the game. And he's like, don't turn your back on me. I'm the best bleeping coach in the sport. And he basically gets in the guy's face and nudges him out of the way with his head. He's so lucky he didn't get teed up and Duke gifted a win with free throws in that last half a second. He's lucky.
Oh, he's extraordinarily lucky. There's no question about it. But I'm glad that Ayers did not tee him up in that moment and, sway the outcome of that game. Just a legendary all-timer instance there for that Mullins three. That's going to go down as one of the greatest last-second shots in NCAA tournament history. It's up there with Tyus Edney. It's up there with Chris Jenkins and the sinkage there for UConn in the national title, or for Villanova, I should say, in the national title game a few years ago. I mean, there's this number of occasions in which we have seen some of these historic acts made, and that one's going to go down in the books. The history books is one of the greatest of all time. Now, I will say this, and this is the other thing I want to unpack with you in the moment. Caden Boozer and what he was thinking at the end of that game on that last play that set Mullins up for that last second three that proved the pivotal point in the game and the difference overall. Doug Gottlieb, a lot of people have opinions about Doug Gottlieb, but he's a phenomenal X's and O's guy, former ESPN voice, and a guy that I personally know. We used to do television hits together for Stadium Sports. I actually really like Doug a lot, and a guy that certainly knows his X's and O's as a head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay. There was some disagreement on social media with some of the talking heads that are out there in the world of college basketball, and Gottlieb was right. I think in that moment, John Shire drew up the right play. It was going to be an inbound of Boozer, and he had immediately a couple of options. He could have just swarmed the ball and said, come and foul me, put me on the line. I'm going to try to win this thing and put it away at the charity stripe, which would have been no foregone conclusion. Or you had the two guys that were sprinting down the floor wide ass open, like wide receivers, essentially running streak routes, running 9 routes on the baseline. And all he had to do was get over the top. The defense, hook up with one of those guys, one of those passes, the clock bleeds out, and the game is over. So no matter what in that situation, you had luck likely on your side. You had the percentages of a potential win on your side. In fact, at ESPN, again, they track this. In that moment before the turnover happened, Duke had an 86.2% chance of winning. Unfortunately, Caden Boozer made a cardinal sin in that moment, put the ball on the hard court instead of, squeezing it and having the guys go after him or making that quick pass. So as a result, he puts the ball on the deck, he dribbles, the defense then collapses in on him. Mullins is one of the two guys, extends his arms. You get the deflection as a result. Mullen grabs it, and then the rest is history. So in that moment, it was the right play call. It didn't work out for Shire. A lot of people pointing the finger at him. Boozer, of course, accepted the blame after the game. I feel awful for that kid in that moment. The end game situation was, more or less his fault. But the culmination getting to that end game situation certainly was not exclusively his fault. It was a fault of the Duke team in its entirety. So that's kind of a breakdown from my point of view on that last play, Pat. I don't know if you saw it any differently, but man, that was something.
No, I agree with you. I agree. Caden Boozer, he made the right decision. He just failed to execute, and he panicked. Passing the ball forward to two Duke players who were in the corner in the front court near the basket where they score at, and the two UConn defenders, who was Mullins and I forget the other one that got the deflection, but they swarm Caden Boozer, and at that point you have two wide open teammates. If you get the ball to one of them, the game is over. That's it. Get rid of the ball successfully, and the game is over. I was arguing with people on social media today. No, he should have held it. He would have gotten fouled. Okay, that's not even a given. One, he's got to make sure that he doesn't get double-teamed and cough up the ball, get it swiped away without getting fouled. Two, he's got to worry about not getting tied up for a jump ball. Three, okay, let's say he just holds it and they foul him. There was still, there was like about 5-6 seconds left when they swarmed him. So there's free throws. UConn had only 7 fouls, so they didn't have 9, so Duke would have been in the 1-and-1. Okay, if he makes one and misses the second, UConn needs to race down and hit a 3. Okay, you at least have a tie. You at least go to overtime. If he misses the first, UConn could have won it with a 3 or tied it with a 2. There was no just hold it. Just hold it and hit your free throws. It's college basketball. This isn't the NBA. These kids miss these free throws all the time.
Yeah,
the smart decision, the less pressured situation was to just pass it to a teammate. But he panicked, put the ball on the deck, and by the time the two UConn defenders swarmed him, he threw it right into him. All you had to do was lob it over him, and the game is over. They would not have been able to turn around, sprint to the corner, and foul in less than 4 or 5 seconds. There would have been like a second left, and there would have been free throws, and then no matter what happened, it would have been over. So I agree with it. He made the right decision, and people are saying, well, look at there's this side-by-side view. You could see John Shire telling him to pass the ball forward. Yes, that was the right decision. That's how you break a press. If they broke the press, they won the game. I'm so sick of the 2020 keyboard warriors. Hindsight is 2020. Oh, it was the wrong decision. John Shire deserves fault for collapsing a massive lead once again. 14 points last year, 19 points yesterday. John Shire is not to blame for that last play. That's Caden Boozer.
Correct. Yeah, correct. And what's kind of crazy, too, is that UConn, again, they were dead asleep, quite honestly, from way downtown in that game. They started off the game, folks, 1 of 18. Let me repeat that. 1 of 18 from the beyond the arc. They couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Then all of a sudden, they realized that we got out of this caravan. We have Mullins. We have some sharpshooters on this team. We got to, break out of this funk and take care of business. They hit 4 of their last 5, including that money 3 from Mullins. Nearly at the horn. That proved to be the difference. So it just goes to show you got to keep on fighting no matter what the statistics are trying to tell you. As UConn did allow 1.15 points per possession in the game, not their best offensive performance. They were -7 margin. And again, they finished the game 5 of 23 from beyond the arc. That's 21.7%. That's essentially the equivalent of what I got in Calculus 2 in college. It was no bueno. I can tell you that right now. And they missed some opportunities at the free throw line, too. And they, ultimately may not have been in that situation. They were 12 of 17 at the charity stripe. And another fun factoid that you can share with your friends at bar trivia night down the road or in the future, teams that were 1 seeds in the NCAA tournament were 134-0 when leading by 15 or more points at halftime. No longer. They're now 134-1 with the magic from Mullins' flicked wrist in that moment from UConn. Just unstinking believable.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, Brad still needs to be able to celebrate on air about the ILL. He'll do that, but coming up next, we're going to talk to the guy whose team his team beat. Coach Ben McCullum of the Iowa Hawkeyes joins us next. Don't go anywhere. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I have seen firsthand what addiction can do to a family, to a group of people. I want Tiger Woods to get well. I also don't even mean this to insinuate that he's like a hopeless, I don't know. But you read some of the quotes anonymously given to outlets like TMZ by friends of Tiger Woods. They all seem to be pretty worried about him. And there's a pattern of behavior here. I want him to get well. I want him to get healthy. And it's not just because he's arguably the greatest golfer of all time and has thrilled us with moments over the last 30 years. That's not the reason. It's because he's a human being. And he's got a family. And he's got kids. And he has people that depend on him and look up to him and care about him. Not just fans, family, loved ones. I want him to get well. I want him to do better. But until that happens, let's just call a spade a spade. This dude is a menace to society. He's a menace. He keeps getting messed up and getting behind the wheel and threatening not only his life, but more importantly, and I understand, one of the greatest golfers of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. When you get behind the wheel, you're threatening the lives of others, and in those moments, their lives are worth more than yours because you're the one putting their lives in harm's way. And I'll tell you, you don't have to be a parent to fully grasp what I'm saying and understand it. I would have felt this way before my daughter was born. But the thought of people like Tiger Woods being out there who repeatedly get behind the wheel impaired makes me sick to my stomach. He should be in jail. And I'm not saying that to pile on him, right? To be a jerk. It's nothing to do with him as a golfer. But if you can't follow the rules of society and you're going to put your life in jeopardy and the lives of others in jeopardy because you can't control yourself, sorry, we can feel bad and have empathy for him, which I do. But we can also say, no, enough, go away. He's 50 years old. Grow up. Like, I'm sorry that your body's failed you and you can't compete at the highest level and maybe you can't play at Augusta Net. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. Go count your money. Wipe your tears with $100 bills. Grow up. 50 years old. 50. Getting behind the wheel messed up. Enough. Aaron Glenn confirming what we all knew, right? That there's, quote, no doubt that Geno Smith will be the Jets starting quarterback. Glenn adding, quote, he, meaning Geno, is our guy. I am on record saying I think that this season is going to be a disaster for the Jets. And not a disaster in the way you're thinking, where they go 2-15. I think this is going to be worse than 2-15. And that doesn't mean 1-16 or 0-17. What that means is 7-10. What that means is maybe 8-9. where I think the Jets are too good right now of a roster to be the worst team in the league. The Jets are not getting their quarterback of the future at second overall next month in the NFL draft. It's not happening. It's a one-quarterback draft with Fernando Mendoza. And that doesn't mean they shouldn't take Ty Simpson or Carson Beck or Garrett Nussmeier at some point. I think they should. But it's very likely that the Jets and other teams are putting their eggs in the 2027 NFL draft basket to find a quarterback. And I think Geno Smith and the signings they've made in free agency and what they'll do with all their early picks in the draft make it unlikely that the Jets will get one of those elite prospects next year in the NFL draft.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's indeed Brad Evans, and I am Pat Boyle, and we're going to have some fun here. It is awesome to be able to talk with Iowa men's basketball head coach Ben McCollum, who took the Hawkeyes to the Elite Eight this past weekend in his first year with the program. The year before that led Drake to a 31-4 record. He's also a four-time national champion at the Division II level, and he is one of the fastest and brightest rising stars in all of college athletics. Coach, it's awesome to have you on the show, man. I'm Pat. He's Brad. You'll hear from Brad in a second, but how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach, how would you describe year one in Iowa City and year one coaching in one of the best conferences in the country in the Big Ten? You had 12-2 start, 3-game losing streak, then 6 wins in a row. And then you'd probably agree some tough results down the stretch with some heartbreaking losses before the big dance began. But, then the magic you and your team gave the country, knocking off Florida, outlasting Nebraska, and a game with Illinois that was one possession for the majority of the contest. One win away from the Hawkeyes' first Final Four in more than 4 decades. Now that you had a chance to breathe and soak in what was a storybook season for Iowa, how would you describe year one with this team?
I mean, it was a blast. I think anytime you move as much as we have, just my family and even my staff, it's always tricky because you don't really get your feet underneath you. But I was fortunate enough to have great kids, great players, guys that wanted to be a part of University of Iowa and really get this thing started and felt like we really established a good foundation for the future. And I'm hopeful that we can continue to compete at a high level and continue to try to get past the point where we're at this year.
Coach Brad Evans here, and I'm really impressed that your voice is fully recovered from the sideline duties rather quickly, man. You sound great. Whether at the D2 level with Drake and now Iowa, you have had repeated success in tournament play, sporting a sparkling 81.8% win rate. What's the secret to the sauce? How do you approach single elimination formats differently, or do you? And how do you explain your team's storied march?
Yeah, I mean, the way we approach it is we approach it like we do every other game for the most part. What we try to do is throughout the year, we make darn sure that that we have a habit of being ready every single day. So we come in and we're ready to compete, and then it just carries over into the postseason. Postseason play is a little tricky just because there's a little bit of luck involved too. There's a matchup piece of it, and then there's just making admission shots, officials' calls, et cetera. And so we try to take as much luck out of the equation that we can. And the way we do that is to try to increase our possessions, meaning get offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, and obviously we turn people over and we try to take care of the ball. So pretty simple stuff, but, I've got a bunch of competitors and a bunch of great kids, and that also helps as well.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Coach, Illinois got the best of your squad twice this season in hard-fought games. What makes Brad Underwood's team tick? What area is hardest to really prepare against the Illini this year, and how do you see them match up in game number 2 for them? Because remember, they lost inside Madison Square Garden against the same UConn Huskies team. So break down what you saw from Illinois and the preparation that's involved in going toe-to-toe against them.
I mean, they've got great size. You know, they got great size, and that size is skilled. So it's really difficult to match up. You have to find different ways to be able to defend them. And I thought our defense was actually pretty dialed in. The problem is we didn't get the defensive rebound. So that kind of hurt us quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, I thought we had a great game plan. I thought we did a good job for the most part. And then I just thought that you know, we gave up too many offensive rebounds and probably need to do a better job of you know, in the future, making sure that we finish plays.
We're talking to Iowa men's basketball head coach Ben McCollum here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Again, Coach took Iowa to the Elite Eight this past weekend where they fell to Illinois, but what a hell of a first year it was after 1 year with Drake where they went 31-4 and got to the second round of the NCAA tournament. Coach, how about the other Final Four game this weekend? 2-1 seed juggernauts in Michigan and Arizona. Wolverines lost their six man in LJ Kaysen, but their starting five is just dominant. You guys took them down to the wire at your place a few weeks ago. So what's so tough about playing Dusty May's squad? And then as a part two to my question, are you rooting for an all Big Ten title game? You know, if it's not Iowa, you hoping for the Big Ten to have a national champ, or are you like, nah, screw it. If it's not the Hawkeyes, I don't want somebody else in my conference breaking the 26-year drought?
Well, if it's not the Hawkeyes, I don't want anybody else to win it. But if I had to choose somebody to win it, I would probably say somebody from the Big Ten, because I think the Big Ten was loaded this year. You know, might have been one of the better conferences, you know, borderline in the history of NCAA. I mean, it was, you know, top to bottom. It was just so good. And, you know, even your teams that finished at the very bottom, it was just like, man, these guys are loaded. So it was a fun year, and we certainly are probably, I don't know if I'm cheering for them, but I would prefer, you know, Michigan or Illinois to win the national title just from being from our league.
That's a correct answer there, Coach. I'd love to hear that. Coach, back to your Hawkeyes. Bennett Sturts has been your guy, Northwest Missouri State, Drake, and Iowa. How important has his impact been to your programs? How special of a player is he? And how best do you feel his game's going to translate to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, he's special. Yeah, I mean, he's a high-level kid. He's humble. He's one of the best, you know, and obviously he's a good basketball player. But to do what he's done, to come from, you know, Division II and move up the ladder and obviously to the Big Ten in a short amount of time, he's just been unbelievable. He helped lay the foundation for University of Iowa, obviously won a lot at Drake and then won at Northwest Missouri State as well. So he's been awesome for me as a coach, and we're fortunate enough to have him here at University of Iowa.
Talking to Coach Ben McCollum here of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Coach, I can't lie. I loved every second of the little mini dust-up you guys got into with the Florida Gators. And you and Todd Golden had some words for each other on the sidelines during the game. You said in the in-game interview their guys were sensitive about the situation after Hawk and Fulgaris got tied up. Did you look back on that and think your team needed to show that extra level of physicality to show Florida you weren't backing down? Or was that just, you know, heat of the moment and you weren't afraid to let whatever was going to fly?
That was just heat of the moment. That was, you know, those two were going for a 50-50 ball, Al and someone else on their team, and they just kept, you know, fighting for the ball, which was like, okay. And so just typical stuff. It wasn't a big deal. And then obviously afterwards, and apparently it was a big deal. So it's just, yeah, I mean, you can't let somebody just yell at you across the gym, I guess, is probably the deal. I don't want to make a habit of that, but I don't know. Competition for me is a little bit different. You know, I don't get I love competition. I love the excitement of it. I love the intensity of it. And then once the competition's over, it's over for me. Like I don't carry it on. There's no personal vendetta that I hold against somebody. It's just a part of the game, and And not something that I'm going to continuously do, but it's a part of it and the intensity of it. And it was a fun game for us.
Yeah, it was definitely. Coach, last one for me. Curious, why tie only? Is it something that is a style choice? Do you sweat too much if you got a jacket on? Maybe it's an ode to someone in the past. So why do you go tie only on the sidelines?
Yeah, I mean, the tie's better than the jacket. The jacket is too hot. I'd be sweating through that,
Yeah.
and then I would probably just throw it eventually anyway. So we just stuck with the tie. It's simple but yet sharp, and I don't have to make a decision on game day other than basketball decisions, and so it makes it pretty nice. But no, we've done that for years, and it's worked out for me.
Talking to Coach Ben McCollum for another 2 minutes or so here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Just took the Iowa Hawkeyes to the Elite Eight for the first time in the last 40 years of the program, and very excited to see what he's going to build next. Coach, I just want to ask you because, Brad and I talked about it, and a lot of people around the country are talking about it. When you hear your name, in the rumors, we're in the headlines for potential next coach at North Carolina with them having, just moved on from Hubert Davis. Again, I know that you were one year here in Iowa. You spent 1 year at Drake, but just to hear your name in the rumors for who could be the next North Carolina head coach, how does that make you feel where, you were at the Division II level a couple of years ago?
It doesn't make me feel any type of way, to be honest. Just never really has. I think for me, I try not to focus on, anything outside. I know that people do say nice things about us and our program and stuff like that, but I think if you start to drink too much of that poison, you get yourself into trouble and you lose your ability to really be competitive and to really improve. And, as long as I'm, coaching basketball, I want to make sure that I focus on what's in front of me and, not people telling us how good we are or whatnot. It probably doesn't do as much for me as it does others. I've always just tried to stay focused on my players and usually it works out for us.
That's a great answer. Coach, one last one really quickly. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, the ending of that Duke-UConn game, but it's been another big debate for a lot of us sports fans here today is should Caden Boozer from Duke have held the ball or should he have passed it forward to try to break the press and probably win the game for Duke? Did you get a chance to see that last play? And what do you think would have been the right move?
Yeah, I did see it. It's tough. It was tough for them. I think it's really difficult, those situations. Hindsight's always 20/20. There was 10 seconds exactly on the clock. And so if he caught it under 5, then yes, technically you should hold the ball and get fouled because you're down 2. And I think they were probably going to foul him. Hindsight is always 20/20. And so I don't think people understand how fast those situations are when you're in them. And then on top of that, technically letter of the law says to always attack presses and get it up the floor. So I think that they'll obviously learn from it and whatnot, but I don't think it was as monumental of a mistake as people are making it out to be. And I think Boozer's an elite player and a very smart player, and just one of those mistakes that you make. But I thought Duke was a really good basketball team and had a great season.
Well, Coach, we know the grind doesn't stop. Transfer portal, recruiting stops, and everything else. So I know it's going to feel like a short summer for you, man, but it was a hell of a year in year one. Our video producer is an Iowa alum, Mike Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, so he was proud as hell watching you guys, crush it here this March, and we're really, really fortunate to have you be a part of the show. We hope to catch up with you soon, man.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys. Really appreciate you.
Thanks, Coach.
There you go. Coach Ben McCollum of the Iowa Hawkeyes, fresh off their first trip to the Elite Eight in 40 years. And they went toe-to-toe, Brad, with your Fighting Illini there on Saturday night. So what'd you think of what Coach had to say there about that last play with Caden Boozer and Duke? He did say letter of the law is to attack the press and move it forward. But he said probably in that case, he probably would have advised his player to hold it. But then again, you get 20,000 people screaming. Things are moving a mile a minute. So, I think he was right. At the end of the day, that was just an awesome play where they had to get everything, every deflection, every tip of the ball, all the physics had to line up for UConn for them to win that game, and it did.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like a 50-50 ball. It was more like a 30-70 kind of ball, where they were on the 30 side and, Duke could have been on the 70 side in the end. I mean, those, fluky instances happen. That's basketball. It's crazy. That's the madness, right? And those high leverage moments, some people live up to those moments. Other fall like a house of cards. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Caden Boozer. You feel terrible for the guy and the kid. And hopefully be able to, recover, rebound, and have an extraordinary career, and not only at this level, but the next level. And I thought his assessment was correct in terms of, we all see the replay. You might slow it down, but in real time, it's lightning fast in those moments. And sometimes you'll make the right decision instantaneously in those moments. And, hindsight's always 20/20, as Coach McCollum just said. He's 10,000% correct in that one. You just got to learn from it and move on. And it's just unfortunate what happened to Duke, John Shire. But there's a lot of anti-Duke fans that are out there that absolutely adored and loved every single second of that collapse. So they're going to remember that with a smile ear to ear here and henceforth.
Oh, yeah, big time. One last thing. I know we were busting Monty's chops all of last week, even before this game against Illinois, that Ben McCollum was going to leave to take the North Carolina job, and that was going to be Iowa's only taste of success. But if we asked him there, how does it feel to have your name in the North Carolina rumors? What did you think about his answer?
I thought the answer was correct, honestly. Look, you got to dance around those kind of things. He's focused on his players. 10,000% believe that. That's why these guys have agents. The agents are going to go out there and do the dirty work. He doesn't get lost in the minutia of the rumors and everything else. He's got to turn the page now. The season is over, as you mentioned, with the NIL era here and the transfer portal already having hundreds of players and soon to be thousands of players. He's got to hit the recruiting trail. He's got to figure out what kind of budget, what kind of assets does he have to go out and bring these guys in and spend the cash to build next year's team. He's probably got to re-recruit even some of the still players on this team, or find out who is going to leave and enter the transfer portal. It's just nonstop in this era of college sports. So he's got to remain focused on his personnel, on his school, and not think about what could come down the chute, because as he said, for those that dwell on it, it can become toxic and can ruin a situation that can be currently outstanding that you're in.
Yeah, it's a good answer. It's good stuff. Monty, I don't know if Monty is sufficed with the answer that Coach Ben McCollum gave, but time will tell, right? Time will tell if he's staying in Iowa City. I'm joking. I think he's staying. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We got some phone calls we can get to when we get back. Brad's got to officially unpack the win that was on Saturday for Illinois, and we'll talk some NBA as well. It's some big games coming up tonight, so a lot to do. Get aboard at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
How last season went, with Brown publicly feuding with Jalen Hurts, and Brown acting like like a lovesick teenager with posts on Instagram and posts on Twitter. And you can act like a petulant child if you're balling out and you're winning games and you're winning a Super Bowl. Then you can get away with a lot of stuff. But if you're dropping passes in the biggest game of the season, like he did in the wild card loss at home against a injury-riddled and overmatched Niners team, you can't get away with it. I came on the air the Monday after wild card weekend, and said and led the show and said that A.J. Brown and the Eagles need to part ways. This is no longer tenable. You can say it's more Jalen Hurts' fault. It doesn't matter. Hurts won Super Bowl MVP last year. He ain't going anywhere. So you trade the receiver. And I think this is definitely going to happen. So the first reason why I think it's going to happen is that it makes sense that it happens. But look, lots of things make sense in life and don't happen. In sports and otherwise. The other reason why I believe it's going to happen is because there's been tons of reporting around it already. That the Patriots have made an offer that the Eagles turned down. That the Rams, Jordan Rodriguez of The Athletic reporting that along with Diana Rossini, that the Rams were interested in trading for A.J. Brown and then swung the move for Trent McDuffie, which, by the way, I don't think takes the Rams out of the sweepstakes for A.J. Brown. Just saying. Maybe makes it less likely. I don't necessarily think they're out of the running. This all wouldn't be out there, right? And reported in the fashion that it is, if it were just the Eagles saying no and lose our number. That's not what it is. So to me, my translation of all of this is we're going to hold on to A.J. Brown until we get the offer that we want to accept. And as time goes on, that offer is probably going to be less and less from other teams. My sense is that the Eagles will make a trade, designated as a post-June 1, because it helps financially, and I do think A.J. Brown will be playing elsewhere next season, regardless of whatever Howie Roseman says publicly or privately right now, and he's talking a lot publicly right now at the league meetings in Arizona. The real big story coming out of opening weekend in Major League Baseball, ABS, where we are seeing balls and strikes challenged a ton, and generally the umpire being proven to be wrong. Most notably in the Reds-Red Sox game this weekend, where on back-to-back pitches, Eugenio Suarez challenges two horrific CB Buckner calls and is proven right on both of them. And the crowd at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, this is like the loudest anyone's cheered in Cincinnati since and I know the game was in Arrowhead, since the Bengals beat the Chiefs in the 2021 AFC Championship game. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for Buckner being wrong on both of those calls. Now, CB Buckner is widely considered to be, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's right, one of the worst umpires in Major League Baseball. And has a terrible reputation for years. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I don't know him personally, but not the best umpire. I love ABS. I think this is so great. It adds this extra layer of fun and suspense to the proceedings. And as the season goes on, we are going to see it be employed even more strategically than it is now. Like there was a sequence in a Cubs game over the weekend with Nico Horner, right, where he probably should have challenged a ball that would have loaded the bases, and he doesn't, and then he ends up grounding into a double play afterwards. Just as an example, right, where people are asking, do you want to hold it for the very end of the game? When do you employ the challenge, right? I think it's so interesting, and I think will be a very entertaining subplot to what I think could be one of the best MLB regular seasons we've had in a long time.
And live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Huge shout out once again to Iowa men's basketball head coach Ben McCollum for joining us last segment. If you missed that, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. Make sure you download the BetMGM Tonight podcast, but that was fun stuff, Brad. Wasn't so fun for him on Saturday because your ILL knocked him out. And so you're the season ticket holder. You live 10 minutes away from State Farm Center in Champaign. You were diehard for the Illinois, for the Fighting Illini. Our video producer, Monty, it was a great battle we had set up for Saturday, and your Illini continue their run. I heard at the end of the game on the broadcast, they said this Illinois team, forget about just getting to the Final Four. They were a threat to win the title. And I think in the last two games, the way they beat Houston and the way they held off Iowa in the final 5 minutes, they surged ahead. It kind of felt inevitable, in my opinion. I know they got off to a slow start. I'm sure you were sweating bullets, but man, Illinois they have turned from the hunter to the hunted, and now they're favored against UConn. We'll get to that game in just a bit, but Saturday, man, what a dream for you. The Illini are back in the Final Four for the first time in 21 years. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Gracias, mi amigo. Elation. It's up there with like my wedding day when she actually said yes. I found somebody that said yes. My kids being born. It's like at that level for me. That's how important Illinois men's basketball is to me. It's like, the Cubs win the World Series in 2016. That was second on my sports fandom bucket list. But Illinois men's basketball winning a national title, bar none, in my neck of the woods, is numero uno. And I want them to be able to cut down the nets more than anything around, period. And my entire family feels the same way. We watch a game of Casa de Evans. I internalize a lot. I'm very loud and boisterous here on the radio. They call me the big noise for many a reason. And usually when I'm out there floating around in society, I'm a loud jackass, to say the least. But when I watch bad games, I hardly make a peep. I may yell and scream when need be at certain calls that may be just terrible and or have to be pointed out because they're so egregious. But my wife, watching the game with her, she's dropping F-bombs like crazy. My 17-year-old kid dropping F-bombs crazy. My 19-year-old kid doing the same. And there's dad in the corner quietly, and I pace. I like late in games, I can't sit down. I'm a nervous Nelly. I'm back and forth. It was outstanding. I was a little bit nip and tuck. I didn't feel that bad, though, with Illinois down at the half, because you look at the box score and, match it with the eye test. You're like, they're in a really good spot right now, and Iowa's not going to be able to shoot 50% from three the entire game. Now, early on in the second half, I thought, okay, maybe they are going to shoot 50% the entire game because Bennett Sturtz would not miss. He was awesome. He was brilliant. But Sage was the only other player in double figures for Iowa. Some of the other key players like Fulgaris and Combs, or Banks, they didn't step up in some of the big moments. And Illinois just able to whittle them down and pull away. And Keaton Vogler was the absolute key in that game, Pat. We saw the version of Keaton Vogler that really came on the scene in January and early February. He finished the game with 25 points. He was absolutely outstanding. Illinois bludgeoned them on the glass. Coach McCollum said, they were big, and they killed us in the rebounding area, and they did with a 38-19 edge, 16 offensive rebounds in that game. They also had a +6 advantage at the charity stripe. Illinois converted 61.1% of their shots from two. They were only 3 of 17 from three. And again, that was what kept Iowa in the game, those great equalizers. But Illinois beat them everywhere else. So hats off to Monty and Coach McCollum's Iowa Hawkeyes. Put up a whale of a fight, but the better and the more talented team won. As you saw the celebration at the end of the game in the locker room, the water gun fight broke out. And David Mirkovic, just a fun-loving guy, had the cowboy hat on. He's up the lockers, ambushing the team with their water guns. Just a bunch of lovable cats on this Illinois squad. Infectious, enjoyable, and ILL, baby. Impossibly. Second time in 36 years. We're the damn Final Four.
Yeah, congrats again, man. Yeah, you mentioned You mentioned Mirkovic, dominating the glass. Illinois crushed Iowa on the boards. We knew the size was going to be an issue, but man, they out-rebounded them 38-21. Think about it, Illinois only hit 3 threes, and they won the game by 12. They got off to a 12-2 deficit. Like I said, I can't imagine you were feeling good about it at that point, but they dominated the game, for most of the second half. Iowa couldn't get a rebound. They couldn't get second chance. Illinois was getting them nonstop, and this isn't a 3 seed. And we know that now. This team, they had some head-scratching losses, Brad. I mean, the couple of massive blown leads earlier this year, the couple of overtime losses where you're worried about this team's resolve. You're worried about their fight. You're worried about how they match up against teams with great guards. Bennett Sturts, like you said, if not for his performance, who knows what the final score would have been. He went for 24. He single-handedly put Iowa in front in the beginning, and he single-handedly kept them in the game for most of the contest, but it just felt like the end result, once the second half started, it felt like it was never in question for me. Illinois is just that damn good. And so in a year where we have some loaded teams with some loaded freshmen and loaded NBA draft prospects, maybe the most loaded class in the last 10, 15 years here, Illinois took some time to get going. They had some injuries. They took some time to get some chemistry, but now they have it. And, again, I don't want to be the guy that says Dan Hurley's going to lose a game in the Final Four, but it's going to take, the comeback UConn produced against Duke, it's going to take that effort times 10 in order to beat Illinois, in my opinion, because I think your squad is just that damn good.
Well, and remember, folks, these two teams went toe-to-toe inside MSG, Madison Square Garden, in your neck of the woods, Pat, back in late November. And Illinois got handed one of the worst losses of the season. They lost by 13 in that game, and they were absolutely owned pretty much from beginning to end. But this is a very different team makeup, and the schematics are completely different as well. Keaton Vogler in that game only played 13 minutes, only scored a handful of points. He was practically a non-factor, didn't have the ball in his hands because Kylan Boswell was the floor general. Amy at 25. Kylan was absolutely awesome, but did much of anything. Davin Mirkovic, played a factor, went 8-8, but sat for much of the second half. Tomislav Ivicic was coming off an injury, scored, 11 points in that first matchup, but wasn't at 100%, not like he is now. There were some other key factors in that game that were not playing at full strength, including Andrei Stojakovic, who had 17 against Iowa and is now coming off the bench. He's no longer the starting lineup. In that first matchup against UConn, Stojakovic only had 1 3-pointer. That's all he scored the entire game. And you might say, well, UConn's a little bit different as well. Yeah, they were better in late November. They've been just largely average outside that stirring and historic comeback against Duke. And Reed's a different player now than when he was then. He only played 14 minutes that first matchup against Illinois. But I think Illinois is the better team, at least on paper. And if they get to a national title game, man, that euphoria is going to thrive even more. Casa de Evans, and I will sell my soul if necessary to get tickets on Monday for a national title.
Yeah, and one quote from Brad Underwood where he mostly, credit to him, he kept it all about the players. The one thing he did say about himself is 39 years in the business, and that's all I'm going to say about my side of this. This is about these guys. So Brad Underwood in the Final Four for the first time. A coach whose merits have been questioned throughout this season. It looked like Illinois may have been headed for kind of another disappointing early exit, but now here they are in the Final Four, man, and they're favored, although slightly against UConn. They're favored to get to the national championship, and you're going to be in Indianapolis this weekend, and hopefully you are staying on Monday, and hopefully you are going to a title game that has the ILL against either Arizona or Michigan, my friend.
Oh, my goodness. If that happens, I will swim the White River there in downtown Indianapolis if necessary. Again, I will hitchhike in the dude all the way back to Champaign. It's going to be incredible. And, folks, if you don't understand basic geography, Champaign, Illinois is an hour and 45 minutes directly west of Indianapolis. Do you think there's going to be maybe tens of thousands of orange and blue clad fans in attendance there in the Circle City? Bet your last dollar that's going to happen. I'm telling you, man, it's going to be a partisan crowd. My guesstimate, 65-45 at a minimum. ILL coming up on this Final Four Saturday.
All right, very good. So we got more of Final Four to get into later in the show, but coming up next, it was opening weekend for all Major League Baseball. We've got some thoughts, we got some reactions, including one player who you didn't know before the season started. You better know him now. All of our full thoughts from the first week of the Major League Baseball season. That's next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
And if you have a pie chart of blame, right, we're trying to figure out who deserves the blame for Duke losing this game in ridiculous fashion to the Connecticut Huskies. I don't know how it's possible that the lion's share of it doesn't go to the Duke head coach, Jon Scheyer. Now, before I really criticize Jon Scheyer, which is about to happen, this needs to be said, right? Because we always want to be fair here on the show. We want to call it like it is. We want to be able to criticize when appropriate, but also give credit where appropriate. Jon Scheyer is a really good coach. He is not a bad coach at all. 11-4 in the NCAA tournament is Jon Scheyer. Like, they've been to 3 Elite Eights in 4 seasons, went to a Final Four. Like, you can argue last year had the best team. You could argue this year Duke had the best team. And there's something to be said for that, right? And, you know, you'll sign up for this if you're a Duke fan. Like being in these spots at the end of the season every year. And I'll also throw out there that if I told you that Jon Scheyer's going to coach at Duke for another 20 years, let's say, and maybe it's longer, maybe it's shorter, he's probably going to win a national championship. Like, that's probably going to happen. If Duke keeps spending money like they are with NIL, keeps recruiting, keeps getting these great players, these star-studded teams, like they're probably going to, not definitely, but again, think about it, right? They're probably going to win a national championship. Not definitely, but I think they will probably win one under Jon Scheyer. But until then, he's going to have to face these allegations. And the allegations are that he is not a big game coach and doesn't have what it takes to coax a victory out of his team at the ends of these games when the bleep's hitting the fan and everything's going wrong and the other team's going nuts and the crowd is behind the other team because everybody hates Duke. He's going to have a hard time beating these allegations. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because now we've seen it happen 2 consecutive years with Jon Scheyer with these tournament collapses. And it's incredible to me, and it really shouldn't be. And I'm not claiming to know who's at fault, if the refs are at fault, or if the NFL's at fault. To me, like, it really doesn't make a difference. Here's what I know. The NFL should be above things like this, right? They should be above it. Should find a way to figure it out. The NFL doesn't care. And I don't know how many times we collectively as fans need to be reminded that the NFL doesn't care. And the reason why the NFL doesn't care, and frankly, doesn't really have to care, is because we, and I'll put myself at the front of the line, I'm at the front of the line, I'm holding the flag. In the Nathaniel Hawthorne book, The Scarlet Letter, the main character has to wear a scarlet letter A, and the A stands for adultery. Present day, we are wearing the scarlet letter A as NFL fans, and the A stands here for addicts, because we are hopelessly addicted to the National Football League. They could play games on Christmas, Hell, there'll be a game on Easter at some point, even though it's in the middle of the offseason. It doesn't make a difference. Every day of the week, doesn't matter. Referees can be terrible. Doesn't make a difference. We are all hopelessly addicted to the National Football League, and I am at the front of the line. There could be replacement refs, and guess what? I'm watching every game. I'm playing fantasy. I'm playing daily fantasy. I'm betting the games. I'm not stopping. And I'm guessing you won't either.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, we've got some folks on hold. We'll get to your calls in just a bit. Is 310-840-4910. You can also text the show. Just text us your name and where you're from, and then your thoughts at 310-840-4910. All right, we talked a lot of Final Four or this past weekend of college hoops. In the first hour, we're going to get to our first, little dip of the toes into the Final Four this upcoming weekend a little bit later on in the show. But we also did have opening day for the Yankees and Giants on Wednesday, opening day for 22 other clubs on Thursday, opening day for 6 clubs on Friday, and then everybody had their first weekend of baseball. So this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. It is the first Monday of the 2026 Major League Baseball season, and we got 4 games in action right now. We got one final. The Royals beat the Twins earlier today, 3-1, with Chris Bubich picking up the win for Kansas City. 6 innings, allowed just 1 run. They got a home run from Kyle Isbell, and they got a home run from Isaac Collins. So Kansas City gets the win. And before we get to the weekend that was, our friends at BetMGM want you to know this. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token to get things started this weekend and all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, Brad. So the weekend, that was, my friend, for your Chicago Cubbies, it was a rather uneventful opening first week. They lost on opening day the Nats.
Not great.
Then they crushed them 10-2. Then they lost 6-3. The New York Yankees went 3-0. So I guess we could start with your Cubbies. They're 1-2 against the Washington Nationals. That's not a promising start.
No, it's not. And again, some of my concerns with this Cubs team this season, once again, is the bullpen. I think they're mediocre at best. Valencia is a very good back end guy. Can really slam a door, bringing the 100-mile-an-hour gas. Cubs bats, they were a little bit up and down. Ian Happ off to a hot start. Would you like to see the big dumper? He's the original big dumper. I mean, the backside on that guy is rather wide. Congrats, Ian Happ, for throwing that back into it, to say the least. But it's a massively long season. It's 162 stinking games. We're 3 games in, 4 games in for some teams. The Cubs, dropped 2 out of 3 of the Washington Nationals. It stings right now, but you got plenty of additional opportunities upcoming. Talk to me in September. The Cubs should still be atop the NL Central when it's all said and done. So Relax, my babies. We got a long way to go before we sleep.
Yeah, I will say the Alex Bregman dividends are paying off immediately. He went deep twice in the loss, on yesterday. At least he went deep twice in that 6-3 loss. Pete Crow Armstrong, PCA went 0 for 4. And Shota Imanaga, I mean, his stuff looked flat, man. Stuff looked flat. I mean, he served up a 3-run bomb in the first inning to Weimer. But like you said, it's 3 games. It's the opening weekend. I don't want to get carried away, and I don't want to get carried away on the other end of the spectrum with the New York Yankees, who basically just took the San Francisco Giants and flicked them, across McCovey Cove. A sweep, which, by the way, classic Rob Manfred. Classic schedule makers. I just blame everything. Whenever I can blame something on Rob Manfred, I'm going to do it. Why the hell the Yankees didn't just play a 4-game series with the Giants is completely beyond me. Why would you play a series that doesn't have a game on Sunday when San Francisco is going to San Diego to play the to play the Padres, which is what, a freaking an hour plane ride, if that? And the Yankees are going to Seattle to play the Mariners. Why did they have off yesterday? I mean, we couldn't get the computer to spit out some different, combination of games on the schedule. So that was bewildering. My aunt, who's a diehard Yankees fan, her and my pops they've been for years. And she goes, why are the freaking Yankees not playing today? It's opening weekend. I was like, I don't know, Aunt Mary, but they're 3-0. So, they only gave up 1 run. That was the takeaway. This Yankees pitching staff looked absolutely untouchable. They outscored the Giants 13-1 in the opening weekend. And Brad, you're not trying to get too upset, too concerned with the Cubbies. I'm not trying to get too carried away with the Yankees because no Garrett Cole, no Carlos Rodon, and the pitching staff gave up 1 run in 27 innings. It's tough not to puff my chest out right now about the Yankees.
No, they look great. I mean, you're off to a rock and a rolling start, but you got eons to go. And the end of the season, what the bottom line is, can you stay upright? Can you avoid the injury amp? Can key players, dodge those bullets of landing on the IL for a significant amount of time? That's the unpredictable part of any Major League Baseball season. You're going to have the highs, you're going to have the lows, you're going to have the slumps, you're going to have the torrid streaks where Aaron Judge clubs like a home run in 7-8 straight games. But bottom line is, can your team stay healthy? And if guys fall by the wayside, who's going to plug in and pick up, the pace and pick up the bat and apply that lumber and, avoid you skipping a beat? I mean, that's the other key. And, that comes down to trades they may make in time by the deadline or with the farm system. And, who's waiting in the wings that could, elevate, get the call up from AAA, from AA, and be that stopgap to ensure that you're going to collect the W. So again, we got an eternity to go, folks. It's Major League Baseball. It's an epically long season, 162 games. We're barely a fraction into it.
I'll say this about Aaron Judge, who went deep again yesterday. 2 home runs for Judge, 68 to go this year. I think he's going to hit 70, Brad. I think Judge is going to flirt with Barry Bonds' all-time record. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's strong.
I think
that's
70
a hot
is
take right there.
I think 70 is possible for Aaron Judge.
The weed.
Can you give me odds of the under? I'm in.
Stay off the weed about a guy who is 6'8", 300 pounds. And I don't know, here's some of the numbers, home runs he's hit in a season: 52, 58, 53, 62, which was the American League record. And we think that 70 is completely out of reach for Aaron Judge if he stays healthy.
Oh, my God. Who the hell cares?
We've got a very salty Brandon Combs. Well, how about two home runs was nice. Yeah. Two home runs was nice for Judge. Brad, how about 3? How about 3 for Munetaka Murakami, the Japanese import that the White Sox got? Now, look, they lose all freaking 3 games over the weekend to the Brewers, but their newest rookie, 3 bombs in 3 games. He's got a chance to tie Trevor Story tonight as they're playing the Marlins for the most consecutive games with a home run to start a major league career. And again, went deep on opening day, went deep on Saturday, went deep tonight. And tonight against Miami, he's going against Chris Paddock, who averages 1.5 home runs per 9 innings pitched. Do you think Murakami does it again? Because I know our guy Cody Decker has been all over it.
Yeah, he was sending me texts all weekend saying, I told you, scoreboard. I'm like, all right, Cody, you want some reassurance. Great, man. Good game. I'll slap you on the buttocks. Congratulations. You got something right. So he might have nailed it. But it's a long season. We're going to see if he can continue on this torrid pace. He might hit 35 bombs. He's 26 years old, entering his power prime. A physical power prime, and a guy, has got several years under his belt at the professional level. Of course, it was overseas. But look at the early advanced data that's rolled in. He's number 18 right now on adjusted exit velo, according to Baseball Savant. 80% hard hit rate. That is outstanding and sample size, I understand, but still a great start there. 40% barrel rate, which is utterly outrageous. He's making hard contact. Punishing hard contact. You mentioned Paddock, 1.5 home runs per 9 innings pitch is what he's given up. That's no bueno. You look at the numbers last year at Baseball Savant that where Paddock ranked. He was number 30 in barrel percentage among all eligible starting pitchers and number 43 in highest exit velo. Not outstanding in either one of those categories. I think it's very much on the table that Murakami could get a fat fastball across the middle of the plate and sayonara, see you later. Could be home run, home run, home run, home run to start the season for the Chicago White Sox. Hey, maybe I actually got a reason to go to the South Side for a game beyond the glorious hot dogs, which I absolutely love in that ballpark outside of the actual product on the field. That's the only reason I would go.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's giving you a reason why, and I don't know if anybody has said this, and this came off my dome. I hope nobody has said it already. It's only been 3 games. First name's Munetaka. If he goes deep, we should call it a Mooney Tank. Mooney Tank
yes.
or Munetaka. I like that. He did get an at-bat already. That game started 10 minutes ago. He grounded out. A little 4-3 in the scorebook. So he grounded out to second base. So he is 0 for 1. But we will be keeping you posted on Munetaka Murakami all night tonight on the show. The newest White Sox rookie who was, clubbing home runs like there was nobody's business in the Japanese league. He's not your average everyday, rookie. Again, one of the looks like another great Japanese pipeline import coming to Major League Baseball here. By the way, producer Brandon Combs is telling me Mooney shot is what it has been called by the Sox announcer. Well, mine's better.
I love
Mooney
that.
Tank.
Love that.
Mooney Tank for Munetaka. Mine's better.
I like
it's just
shot.
Moon.
Mooney shot to the money, baby.
Moon shot.
Oh, Moon
well, is it?
shot.
Do you pronounce his first name
M-U-N-E.
Munetaka?
Yeah, Munetaka Murakami.
Munetaka. All right, well, you could still call it a Mooney Tank, Moon Tank, whatever.
I like
Guys,
yours better.
like-
John Striffen's kind of not my guy, so I like yours better.
I think he's
very
trying to
good.
make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen. Okay. New York Mets had a good weekend, but not everybody from the New York Mets had a good weekend. They beat the Pirates 11-7. Remember, they knocked Paul Skeens out in the first inning back on Thursday. Thank you, O'Neal Cruz. Doesn't know how to catch a fly ball. They won in 11 innings on Saturday thanks to an 11th inning home run from Luis Robert, walk-off 2-run bomb. And that trade's gone pretty damn well so far. And then they lose in 10 innings yesterday. But still, 2-1 for the Mets. Pretty good start for most of the guys. Not for Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette, 1 for 14 with 8 strikeouts in his first weekend with New York. He was getting booed by the Mets fans in the 7th inning of the 3rd game of his Mets tenure. He just signed a 3-year, $126 million deal with the Mets in the offseason. So, Brad, are Mets fans, do they have the right to boo him? Again, Yankees fans, I remember they booed Giancarlo Stanton in one of his first at-bats as a Yankee. And now the Mets fans, I guess because the bar has been raised, it's no longer the Wilpons, cheapskates, owners. It's Steve Cohen and all of his billions. You're paying $43 million a year, $42 million a year to Bo Bichette. I know those season ticket prices went up because I got a couple of Mets fans that have season tickets. And so, I think that the Mets fans, they've got a very high bar. They expect greatness. And if you're Bo Bichette, This ain't Toronto anymore, brother. You don't perform, you're going to get booed. This is New York City, and I don't have a problem with it at all.
Yeah, it's just kind of typical of New York, to be honest. Like, if you don't have all-star caliber numbers, you're going to be booed in a New York minute. It's applicable to that city. They want instant gratification. They want it, and they want it right damn now. Horrific start for Bo Bichette. As you mentioned, the 1 for 14 with the 8 strikeouts. They're paying him oodles of cash, equivalent to the gross domestic product, I think, of Liechtenstein is what he is making right now. But I will say this. Again, it's a long season. He had 582 at-bats last year, hit 311 with 18 home runs, and 94 runs scored and 78 driven in and 4 stolen bases. 172 ISO. It's not the greatest. You want to see that number above 200 in isolated power. He was only number 66 in exit velo, number 44 in hard hit rate, which is encouraging, though the barrel rate at just 7.9% for Bo Bichette. Is he going to club 25 home runs? No, I didn't believe that before the season began. I think he was slightly overpaid, to say the least, an effective glove, but a guy that's probably going to get you about 15 to 20 dongs. Probably going to knock in at least 75, 80 runs. Is he going to hit 311 again? Probably not, but I bet he'll hit around 280, and that will get the job done. Turn those frowns upside down. Take a chill pill, Mets fans. Relax. The numbers will eventually come in. Bo Bichette is a proven veteran and too good of a hitter to continue to bat well below the Mendoza line.
Yeah, how about the Blue Jays, by the way? Any opinions you want to get in on Major League Baseball's opening day, opening weekend? 310-840-4910. That's the number to join. That's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. The Blue Jays, the reigning American League champions, should have beat the Dodgers in the World Series as well, but choked that away. We were debating whether or not they have the best pitching staff. Our producer, Brandon Combs, seemed to think so. Well, in terms of strikeout ammunition, they might be. They had struck out 50 batters, 50 in their first weekend 3-game set against the A's, which they swept, although a couple of those were nail-biters. They won 3-2 on opening day after Hoffman blew the save. Then they won 8-7 in 11 innings. Then they won 5-2 yesterday. But 50 strikeouts, Brad. That's the most strikeouts ever in the first 3 games to open a season by the Blue Jays, and it's just too shy of the all-time Major League Baseball record, 52 strikeouts in the first 3 games. That was courtesy of the Astros in 2016. Looks like the Blue Jays might be racking up a ton of Ks this year if this first weekend was in any indication.
And they're going to eventually get Shane Bieber back, Yesevich back as well. Both those guys on the IL right now. So, when their full systems go, they're going to have one of the best pitching staffs in all of Major League Baseball. And to put it in context, the Athletics last season, they had a respectable, not great, but a respectable 25.9% strikeout rate. That was the 11th highest in Major League Baseball. So they weren't even top 10 in K rate. And right now they're 45.5% after the opening series against the Toronto Blue Jays. That's how dominant the Blue Jays starters were, swinging and a missing and enticing that kind of action from the competition. So you got to tip your cap. Blue Jays off to a rocking start. This is a team that I picked to again win in the AL East. That is going to be the most competitive division, bar none, top to bottom in Major League Baseball, with your beloved Yankees, the Red Sox in the mix there, the much improved Baltimore Orioles, at least we expected, and even the Tampa Rays are going to be a decent ball club. It's going to be rock and sock and robots throughout the entire summer. And the Jays rotation, just fine and dandy. They're going to be the reason why I believe they have an excellent shot at getting back to the Fall Classic.
By the way, producer Brandon Combs lets me know in the show chat that actually was the most ever strikeouts in the first 3 games of a season in Major League Baseball history. And the Astros record that I mentioned, that was the most for a 3-game series. So 50 strikeouts in 3 games, second most ever in a 3-game series, most ever to open up a season. I believe Gausman had 11 on opening day, Cease had 12, and then Lauer had 9 yesterday. Those were just their starters. They had, 32 of those 50. That is pretty damn good. And they're going to have plenty of opportunities to rack up even more because they play the Rockies and the White Sox this week before we get a World Series rematch.
My God.
Yeah, but then look, we get Blue Jays Dodgers for a 3-game set next week, which like Monday night, like that's a nice little warm up to the national championship game. And then the first day without college basketball, what do? You watch Blue Jays Dodgers on national TV on that Tuesday. So that'll be pretty damn good.
I'm in. I'll bet on it too. Let's go.
By the way, Brett, maybe your Cubbies aren't that bad. Maybe the Nationals are just a wagon because they're crushing the Phillies already tonight.
What?
It's 5-0 in the second inning. Oh, 5-0. They jumped all over Taijuan Walker.
Well, that's absolutely bananas, to say the least. Yeah, they're riding the hot hand right now. Maybe they're going to be a surprise story this season and not be the doormat that we expect in a National League. Also, by the way, speaking of the Colorado Rockies that you just threw out there, already off to an 0-3 start. Could they go 0-162? I think it's on the table. They're terrible.
Oh, my God. I was hoping they were going to turn it around. My old show last year, I started celebrating every single Rockies win like it was like they won the World Series because we just didn't know how many. We didn't know how many they were going to get. Again, all right, so they're 0-3 to start this year. They started off last season. How quickly did things get off the rails for them? They were 1-1.
They could win on the road.
Yeah, they won their second game. Then they got to they were 3-17, and on May 1st they were 5-25. So
yeah,
yikes.
Terrible.
Hopefully they start getting some wins here soon. Otherwise, 0-162. That's on the table. All right, we'll take your phone calls when we come back at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. More fun rolling on next on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Roy Williams, but before he went to North Carolina with Kansas. Can Roy Williams ever win the big one? Managed to win 3 as the head coach of North Carolina. Hell, even Coach K. And I know there are a lot of younger sports fans that probably need to be reminded of this because when you were growing up, the legend of Coach K had already been truly established. Coach K lost in 4 Final Fours before he won his first national championship with Duke in 1991. 86 title game, losing in a nail-biter to Purvis Ellison and Louisville. 1988, losing in the Final Four to Larry Brown, Danny Manning, and eventual national champion, Kansas. 1989, with maybe the best team in the country, gets railroaded by P.J. Carlissimo. Westwood One college basketball analyst will join us later this week, and they got jobbed in the 89 title game against Michigan. Got railroaded by Seton Hall in the national semifinal in 1989, and then run off the court by UNLV in the 1990 title game. Now, Duke would get revenge the next year in the national semifinal against the Runnin' Rebels and win the first championship under Coach K. But that's 4 Final Four losses for Mike Krzyzewski before Duke summited the top of the mountain and won a national championship. It is what it is till it ain't. So John Shire, I think, likely will win a national championship with Duke. But until then, the questions are going to be there. People like me are going to ask it, even if I think he'll do it. We have to ask the question. Because again now, this is twice in 2 years where these are unacceptable losses, whether you're a Duke fan or not, whether you bet Duke or not, whether you pick Duke in your bracket or not. You have to acknowledge, if you watched last year against Houston, and then you watched yesterday against Connecticut, these are unacceptable losses for any team to have, much less a team with the talent that Duke had last year with Flagg and Knipple, that Duke has this year with Cam Boozer and company. Absolutely unacceptable for the Duke Blue Devils.
couple that with one of the best freshmen in the country that I still don't think, even after that performance, people are talking enough about in Wagler. I mean, he is unbelievable. Remember this, Boswell missed some time. He missed some time with an injury. He was playing like one of the best players in the Big Ten. Now they've got him back. He was in there in crunch time defensively in that win the other night with all the size that they have, with a superstar freshman in Wagler. This is the team that I said could win that region, but also I would not be shocked if they're cutting the nets down. I'm not saying I'm picking them, but I'm just saying that everyone wants to talk about Michigan, Arizona. That's the national championship game. No. You can't count out those other two teams. One of the teams has won 2 out of the last 3 national championships, and the other team has a roster and a superstar freshman that has positional size, length, and they defend at a high level. And, oh, by the way, a kid named Stojakovic, whose dad was one of the best three-point shooters in the history of the NBA, he's not that. He's the guy that puts pressure on the paint. They make a ton of threes, and he's the guy that gets in the lane, finishes at the rim. Watch out for Illinois.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the program via call or text is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. And we are your nightly Central Sports Hub. So we will keep you posted on all the live games going on. Of course, breaking down all the top news and headlines of the day, the great games from this past weekend. We talked a bunch of Final Four. Speaking of which, on the women's side, they're going to have their Final Four set tonight. Elite Eight in Region 3. 1 seed Texas crushing 2 seed Michigan 20-6 in the first quarter. So it looks like the Longhorns are headed to the Final Four, and then I'd be very surprised if Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks don't join them. They're taking on TCU tonight. South Carolina, a heavy favorite. So you got the women's tournament keeping us busy, and then also a very, very busy first Monday night of the season for Major League Baseball. We were talking about Munetaka Murakami, the White Sox rookie. The White Sox have homered. It wasn't Murakami, though. It was Austin Hayes with a 3-run shot. So it looks like the White Sox might get win number 1. Yeah, White Sox might get win number 1 of the season. We'll see how much longer it's going to take for the Rockies to do that. They're scoreless with the Blue Jays in the second inning. But let's pivot, talk a little NBA here, because just like that, we are 2 weeks away from the NBA playoffs. Every team has played at least 74 games. You've got a couple of teams that have played 75, so literally 7-8 games left. That's it, baby. And so before we get into these questions, and we'll bring producer Brandon Combs in, let's just, quick the most notable parts of the standings here. The Pistons are still the 1 seed in the East without Cade Cunningham, who's dealing for that collapsed lung. They're 4 games ahead of the Celtics. Now, Boston's about to tip off at the Atlanta Hawks in a little bit here. That's a massive game for both those teams. The Knicks, my New York Knicks are the 3 seed. They're 6.5 back of Detroit. And it's the Cavs are 4. And then from 5 to 10, you got 6 teams separated by 3.5 games. Raptors and the Hawks right now holding on to the last 2 spots, and then the play-in tournament would be the Sixers, Magic, Heat, and Hornets. But there are still, again, like I said, there's only 7-8 games, but you could still have some late drama here. And then in the Western Conference, it's really just a 1 and 2 seed up for grabs. Thunder with a 2.5 game lead on the Spurs. But after that, 3 through 6 is anybody's guess. Lakers, Nuggets, T-Wolves, Rockets is how it would finish if the season ended today. But that seeding could flip dramatically. And then basically the play-in tournament is set. It's just going to come down to seeding, who ends up getting the home games, who ends up getting that chance to potentially play 2 games and still have a shot to make it. Suns, Clippers, Blazers, Warriors right now is the 4 teams in the play-in tournament in the West. So with that being said, let's get producer Brandon Combs in here for a little NBA playoff push questionnaire. Combs, what's going on?
What's going on, boys? Great weekend, sports smorgasbord of everything. I'd be careful though with the saying that the White Sox might get their first win. I thought that yesterday when they were up 7-2 on Milwaukee in the 8th, and they end up losing that damn game. So I'd be careful when we talk about the White Sox maybe getting a win. All right, let's talk some NBA though, boys. Is the Western Conference far superior to the Eastern Conference? Because it sure as hell looks like that. Brad?
Yes, it is. I have said it time and time again right here on BetMGM tonight. I believe the West is indeed the best. I know you're on the San Antonio Spurs bandwagon. My friend behind me, for those of you watching the YouTube stream right now, David Robinson, the Admiral, agrees. Got the Church's Chicken signed little 5x8 there permanently on the studio wall here at Casa de Evans. And the Spurs right now, you look over the last 15 games, they're number 1 in the NBA in net efficiency. Oklahoma City is at number 4. The LA Lakers have been white hot for the most part here down the stretch. I mean, they've won 13 of the last 15 games. They're number 7 in net efficiency. Whoever wins the West this year, guys, I've said this before, I'm going to quadruple down on the belief, or they're going to win the NBA Finals. Could be San Antonio, could be OKC, could be the Lake Show, could be somebody else. It won't make a damn bit of difference. The East, I know Pat's beloveds, the Knicks, maybe in the NBA Finals. Certainly one of the teams to beat on the right coast, but the left coast is going to dominate in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I am a diehard New York Knicks fan, but I still think the Thunder are going to repeat as champions, and the West is just so much deeper. 1 through 6 in the West versus 1 through 6 in the East. Like, the Raptors are an afterthought. In my opinion, the Cavaliers are an afterthought. James Harden's not changing anything about this team's calculus and how far they could go in the postseason. So, again, I got a feeling we might have a question about how many teams can actually win the NBA title, but there are way more that can do it in the West than there are in the East. And so, yeah, the Western Conference, they just have way too many. They have so many very solid, legit squads. So, yeah, the West is more superior because it's deeper.
Not often do you hear a team be called an afterthought the day after they win a game by 52 points. Which is what the Toronto Raptors did to the Orlando Magic yesterday. It was incredible to watch. I think Toronto is a team in the East that can be sneaky. Same way I think Charlotte is a team in the East that can be sneaky, but they're only sneaky in the East. The Western Conference is, to me, it goes Thunder, Spurs, everybody else. That's just the way that it is right now. It's either the Thunder or the Spurs. Whoever wins that matchup between those two in the playoffs is winning the NBA title. All right. Other than the top 4 teams, which you just mentioned, OKC, the Spurs, the Pistons, the Celtics, does anyone have a legit chance to win an NBA title? Pat Boyle, we'll start with you because I think there might be somebody you want to throw in the mix.
Yeah, blasphemy. You didn't even include my New York Knicks, who made the conference finals last year. They've got the same core as last season. Why can't the Knicks win the NBA championship? Why wouldn't they be a legit threat? I mean, they're 48-27. They've beaten, like last year, the Knicks can't win a title. They were 0-10 against the Thunder and the Celtics and the Cavaliers, all the other best teams in the NBA. And the Knicks have won the season series against Boston. They beat the Spurs in the NBA Cup championship. They've beaten the Lakers multiple times. They've crushed the Nuggets. They haven't beaten the Thunder. They went 0-2 against the Thunder, but both those games came down to the last 2 minutes. So, the Knicks can absolutely, they have a legit chance to win an NBA title. And then, look, I'm not going to assume in my head that there's going to be like ruptured Achilles tendons for all the superstars like there was last year. I mean, injuries are a part of the game, but just on paper, I still think there's other teams that have a legit chance to win the NBA title. I mean, this is still the same Nuggets core that won a title a couple of years ago. You have Jokic and Jamal Murray. You have a legit chance to win the NBA title. Absolutely. The way the Lakers have played here down the stretch, they've won 14 out of their last 16 games. Yeah, the Lakers have a legit chance to win the title. So I would say there's at least 3 other teams outside of the top 4 records in the NBA that can win a title this year. No doubt. There's 7 or 8 teams, honestly. I'll even throw the Timberwolves in that equation because they've been to back-to-back conference finals. And Anthony Edwards, as much as of a critic I've been of his sometimes, that's because he's raised the bar to, borderline top 5 player in the game. So yeah, there's 7 or 8 teams that can win a title this year.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I might whittle that list down to like 5 or so, maybe 6. I don't know if I'm going to expand it to 7 or 8. But hell, even the Atlanta Hawks. I mean, that sounds outrageous, right? The Atlanta Hawks even being in contention, but they're going to be a playoff team, and they're white stinking hot, guys, right now. If you look at what the Hawks have done, they're number 2, trailing only San Antonio in overall net efficiency over the last 15 games, in which they've won 13 of those 15. So they continue to breathe fire here in the NBA postseason. Hell, man, you never know. The Atlanta Hawks could be in the mix when it's all said and done. Again, my list not as big and as expansive as Pat's, but certainly at least 5-6 teams in the discussion.
I'm so certain the Atlanta Hawks will not win a title that if they do win a title, I will pay an all-expense trip for the entire staff for us to go to Magic City to go celebrate the Hawks title.
Whoa! Lemon pepper wings for everybody!
That's how certain I am. The Atlanta Hawks will not win a title. All right. In the East, just 3.5 games separate the 5 through 10 seeds. Currently, Toronto is the 5 seed, and Atlanta's the 6 seed. Do both of these teams finish as the 5 and 6 seeds, or is at least one of these teams a play-in team? Brad?
Atlanta's going to definitely finish above the play-in line. You look at Toronto in terms of their recent play. I mean, they're the one team you got to worry about. They're kind of ho-hum, wildly mediocre, number 12 in overall net efficiency. They're 8-7 in the last 15. They're playing just kind of average or slightly above average basketball. So if there is one to regress, I would say it's the Raptors. But again, Atlanta, folks, they're number 2 in net efficiency the last 15, in which they won 13 in the last 15. They are peaking at the right time. I could see them jumping a line, and that being Toronto's in the end. So I would say the Raptors, the one most likely to descend and reach play-in status, but I think Atlanta's going to avoid it.
I think both of them are going to be play-in teams because, again, I think the Raptors are an afterthought. Yes, they did crush the Magic by 52 points yesterday. That's another play-in team, the Orlando Magic. But, no, look, the Raptors, they finished. They play Detroit tomorrow, which winnable game with no Cade Cunningham. I don't think they'll win it. Detroit basically is sitting all their starters tonight against OKC, so I think that's a game that they will be rested and revved up to go for tomorrow. They still have to play the Celtics. They got to play my Knicks, and they got to play the Heat twice. I don't think the Raptors, who only have 1 game cushion on the Sixers, are going to avoid the play-in tournament. And I don't think the Hawks are going to do it either. I know they've been red hot. Brad made a lot of great points. The Hawks have been awesome. They're 13-3 or 14-3 in their last 17 games here. But they also have a tough schedule to finish. They got to play the Celtics. They got to play my Knicks. They got to play the Cavs twice. They got to play the Heat. And they got to play the Magic. So I think the Sixers, and look, nothing would really do my heart joy more than to see the Sixers crash and burn, but they got Embiid back for now. Maxi's back. Paul George's suspension is over. They've won both their games since those 3 guys have come back here. I think the Sixers get into the top 6, and then I'm holding out hope. They're running out of time, but I'm holding out hope my Charlotte Hornets, my little stepbrother this year, the Charlotte Hornets can make one final run here. Maybe they go 7-1 or 6-1 to finish the season, and they got to play the Nets. They play the Pacers. then they do finish with the T-Wolves, Celtics, Pistons, and Knicks. But maybe the top 3 seeds will be locked up at that point. Those teams will have nothing to play for. Those are a couple of gimme wins for the Hornets. Maybe they sneak in. I definitely think Toronto doesn't finish in the top 6. They're going to be in the play-in tournament, but it wouldn't shock me either if Atlanta ends up there as hot as they've been. I think the Hornets and the Sixers can sneak in.
That's interesting. All right. Let's go to this one. Assuming nothing changes, which current Western Conference first-round playoff matchup will be the most intriguing to you? Is it OKC versus whoever wins the 8 seed, San Antonio versus whoever wins the 7 seed, Lakers versus Rockets, or Nuggets versus T-Wolves? Most intriguing first-round matchup. Pat?
Nuggets, T-Wolves for me. Look, I mean, you got legacies on the line there. Jokic and Murray in this current core of the Denver Nuggets, which feels like they might be another year or so away from like breaking that thing up, whatever it is, one way or another. You know, remember they fired Mike Malone last year with just a couple of games left to go in the season, and then they put up a hell of a fight against the Thunder and sent him to a Game 7. So that's the champs from a couple of years ago versus Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. The Ant-Man, he's gotten to the conference finals each of the past 2 seasons. Feels like he's got to start breaking through, right? If people want to think he's going to be the face of the league. So that is, I mean, one of those teams is going to go home in the first round. That almost seems unfair, but that's the nature of the beast. So Nuggets, T-Wolves for me, hell of a first-round matchup.
Yeah, I think the Lakers and Rockets also check that box, man. You want to talk about legacy? It's all about LeBron, right? And we've been talking about how it was stinking hot, how ridiculous that Luka Doncic has played here down the stretch. Houston's been one of the best defensive teams in the NBA. I think that would be highly entertaining as a opening matchup in the NBA postseason. So mark me down for the Lake Show for somebody rocking boots. I had to do it. H-Town.
Combs, you got an input?
Yeah, for me, it's the Nuggets and T-Wolves as well. I think both of those teams have a legit shot to be a threat that could possibly knock off one of the top 2 seeds in that Western Conference at some point in the playoffs. So I think Nuggets T-Wolves is the most intriguing to me.
Yeah, none. It's not going to be the Suns or the Clippers versus the Thunder because both those teams are going to get blown off the map. But if it's Clippers, Spurs, oh boy, I know Combs will be sweating when Kawhi is putting up 35 a game against San Antonio and the Clippers have a 2-1 lead. Oh baby!
Spurs
All
sweep.
right, quick break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll start dipping our toes into Indianapolis, the Final Four. Our first preview of UConn versus Illinois and Michigan versus Arizona. Holy smokes, what a game that's going to be. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I have seen firsthand what addiction can do to a family, to a group of people. I want Tiger Woods to get well. I also don't even mean this to insinuate that he's like a hopeless, I don't know. But you read some of the quotes anonymously given to outlets like TMZ by friends of Tiger Woods. They all seem to be pretty worried about him. And there's a pattern of behavior here. I want him to get well. I want him to get healthy. And it's not just because he's arguably the greatest golfer of all time and has thrilled us with moments over the last 30 years. That's not the reason. It's because he's a human being. And he's got a family. And he's got kids. And he has people that depend on him and look up to him and care about him. Not just fans, family, loved ones. I want him to get well. I want him to do better. But until that happens, let's just call a spade a spade. This dude is a menace to society. He's a menace. He keeps getting messed up and getting behind the wheel. and threatening not only his life, but more importantly, and I understand, one of the greatest golfers of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. When you get behind the wheel, you're threatening the lives of others, and in those moments, their lives are worth more than yours because you're the one putting their lives in harm's way. And I'll tell you, you don't have to be a parent to fully grasp what I'm saying and understand it. I would have felt this way before my daughter was born. But the thought of people like Tiger Woods being out there who repeatedly get behind the wheel impaired makes me sick to my stomach. He should be in jail. And I'm not saying that to pile on him, right? To be a jerk. It's nothing to do with him as a golfer. But if you can't follow the rules of society and you're going to put your life in jeopardy and the lives of others in jeopardy because you can't control yourself, sorry, we can feel bad and have empathy for him, which I do. But we can also say, no, enough, go away. He's 50 years old. Grow up. Like, I'm sorry that your body's failed you and you can't compete at the highest level and maybe you can't play at Augusta Net. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. Go count your money. Wipe your tears with $100 bills. Grow up. 50 years old. 50. Getting behind the wheel messed up. Enough. Aaron Glenn confirming what we all knew, right? That there's, quote, no doubt that Geno Smith will be the Jets starting quarterback. Glenn adding, quote, he, meaning Geno, is our guy. I am on record saying I think that this season is going to be a disaster for the Jets. And not a disaster in the way you're thinking, where they go 2-15. I think this is going to be worse than 2-15. And that doesn't mean 1-16 or 0-17. What that means is 7-10. What that means is maybe 8-9. Where I think the Jets are too good right now of a roster to be the worst team in the league. The Jets are not getting their quarterback of the future at second overall next month in the NFL draft. It's not happening. It's a one-quarterback draft with Fernando Mendoza. And that doesn't mean they shouldn't take Ty Simpson or Carson Beck or Garrett Nussmeier at some point. I think they should. But it's very likely that the Jets and other teams are putting their eggs in the 2027 NFL draft basket to find a quarterback. And I think Geno Smith and the signings they've made in free agency and what they'll do with all their early picks in the draft make it unlikely that the Jets will get one of those elite prospects next year in the NFL draft.
Score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, hey. Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad, let's get into this Final Four, shall we? Indianapolis, you'll be there later in the week. We're going to obviously get into these games a lot deeper and heavier as we get through the week, but look, the matchups are set, man. So you're a season ticket holder for the Illinois Fighting Illini. You're 10 minutes away from the arena. It's a quick, less than 2-hour drive for you to Indianapolis. Would you rather face the Duke Blue Devils or are you glad you got Dan Hurley and the Huskies here? UConn, Illinois, give us your first taste here. How does Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies stack up against Illinois? How confident are you here as we sit on Monday? It's subject to change, but I got to think you're probably at least a 7.5, 8, right?
Were we talking about my confidence in this game or something else? Yeah, look, man, I think I'm at least a 7 right now. And the question you just proposed to me was the same question my two sons. I got 17, 19-year-olds. One that going to the U of I, one's going to be entering college, and one that's actually in the U of I band, the oldest. He's a base 3 in the Marching Illini. And he goes, hey, Dad, who do you want to see win this UConn Duke game for the sake of the ILL? And I'm like, I don't give a damn. But there's a piece of me would love to take down the Dukies, baby. I kind of wanted the pleasure of Illinois getting the chance to bounce them from the big dance. Of course, UConn beat us to the punch. And we got to, face this UConn Huskies team again. Remember, as I said earlier in the show, it was in late November inside Madison Square Garden. They owned us. They slapped us around pretty good in that game. But this version of Illinois is a completely different team than the version that got DDT'd by the UConn Huskies inside the Gaddon earlier this season. As a member in that game, Keaton Walker only played 14 minutes. He only scored a handful of points. Andrei Stojakovic, who's been utterly amazing in this NCAA tournament, he's now coming off the bench. He was a start time, and he was over 5 from 2, just 1 for 3 from downtown, only had 3 points in the game. Kylan Basel was actually our leading scorer in that first contest with 25. Tomislav Ivicic was still working his way back from injury. Andre was honestly still working his way back from injury as well. And then Jake Davis, who's now in the starting lineup, only played 9 minutes in that game. So Illinois is constructed differently. How the Illini are rolling out the personnel, very different from that first game. And you might say, well, Terrace Reed only played 14 minutes, and that is indeed true. And Illinois was only 3-17 from distance in that first matchup. And that was very uncharacteristic for them throughout the entire season because Illinois was battling Purdue. They were kind of jockeying for a position at number 1 or number 2 and overall offensive efficiency all season long, which was the greatest offensive efficiency in the history of Ken Pom. So I think Illinois has got to do this. They match up extraordinarily well with anybody in the country because we are the tallest team in the country. Keith Wagler is the absolute key to the game with his ability to beat you off of the bounce, his ability to splash from 3 and win 6 for 10 in the game against Iowa, got that stroke back. If that version of Keaton Wagler shows up in the rematch against the UConn Huskies, Illinois has only given up 0.93 points per possession in this NCAA tournament. That's outlandish. It's terrifically good. They continue to clamp down. They get that stellar play from Wagler. The role players step up, whether it's Jake Davis, whether it's Hummerkaus. Stojakovic continues to play at a high level coming off the bench where he's getting like 14, 15, 16, 17 in a game. The bigs do their job. They box out. They prevent Reed from getting a lot of those second chances. And UConn dominating the glass. Illinois wins in that scenario I laid out. And they may win convincingly. I think my gut says, and again, trying to be as objectively as humanly possible, I think Illinois wins between 5 to 8 points in the end. I'll lay the 2.5. Illinois will march on the title game on Monday, and I'll see you there.
Oh, baby. Are you worried? Are you worried about Dan Hurley? He's the monster under your bed. He's the monster in the closet. He's the boogeyman, right? I mean, he didn't have anything to do with Caden Boozer turning the ball over on that last play. But, again, he's the one that made the headlines because he basically headbutts a referee afterwards or head nudges the referee. But it's his team that we look at this UConn team. I don't think we think of them as nearly as talented as Illinois. They weren't as talented as Duke. Yet they beat Duke. Yet they kind of underperformed, slogged their way through, 31 wins, 30 wins all the way now to the Final Four here. So are you worried about the coaching matchup that Dan Hurley might get one over on Brad Underwood?
Yeah, look, I think he's a better X's and O's coach than Brad, to be quite honest. It's a very strong staff. We got Bill Murray's kid, Luke Murray. He's going to be the new head coach at Boston College. He's still an assistant on that staff. Very talented, very deep, and tremendously talented group of basketball minds. And Danny Hurley's at the top of that ladder. There's no doubt about it. Illinois, an outstanding staff as well. And Orlando Tico, one of the best recruiters in the country. Pretty good X's and O's guy as well. Advantage. UConn, Illinois, advantage across the board. Don't let me down, orange and blue.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk some baseball with Jeff Joyce, who's the host of the MLB Round Trip on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio. So we'll talk opening weekend of the season when we come back with Jeff Joyce. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
How last season went, with Brown publicly feuding with Jalen Hurts, and Brown acting like, like a lovesick teenager with posts on Instagram and posts on Twitter. And you can act like a petulant child if you're balling out and you're winning games and you're winning a Super Bowl. Then you can get away with a lot of stuff. But if you're dropping passes in the biggest game of the season, like he did in the wild card loss at home against a injury-riddled and overmatched Niners team, you can't get away with it. I came on the air the Monday after wild card weekend and said, and led the show, and said that A.J. Brown and the Eagles need to part ways. This is no longer tenable. You can say it's more Jalen Hurts' fault. It doesn't matter. Hurts won Super Bowl MVP last year. He ain't going anywhere. So you trade the receiver. And I think this is definitely going to happen. So the first reason why I think it's going to happen is that it makes sense that it happens. But look, lots of things make sense in life and don't happen. In sports and otherwise. The other reason why I believe it's going to happen is because there's been tons of reporting around it already. That the Patriots have made an offer that the Eagles turned down. That the Rams, Jordan Rodriguez of The Athletic reporting that along with Diana Rossini, that the Rams were interested in trading for A.J. Brown and then swung the move for Trent McDuffie, which, by the way, I don't think takes the Rams out of the sweepstakes for A.J. Brown. Just saying. Maybe makes it less likely. I don't necessarily think they're out of the running. This all wouldn't be out there, right? And reported in the fashion that it is if it were just the Eagles saying no and lose our number. That's not what it is. So to me, my translation of all of this is we're going to hold on to A.J. Brown until we get the offer that we want to accept. And as time goes on, that offer is probably going to be less and less from other teams. My sense is that the Eagles will make a trade, designated as a post-June 1, because it helps financially, and I do think A.J. Brown will be playing elsewhere next season, regardless of whatever Howie Roseman says publicly or privately right now. And he's talking a lot publicly right now at the league meetings in Arizona. The real big story coming out of opening weekend in Major League Baseball, ABS, where we are seeing balls and strikes challenged a ton, and generally the umpire being proven to be wrong. Most notably in the Reds-Red Sox game this weekend, where on back-to-back pitches, Eugenio Suarez challenges two horrific C.B. Buckner calls and is proven right on both of them. And the crowd at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, this is like the loudest anyone's cheered in Cincinnati since and I know the game was in Arrowhead, since the Bengals beat the Chiefs in the 2021 AFC Championship game. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for Buckner being wrong on both of those calls. Now, CB Buckner is widely considered to be, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's right, one of the worst umpires in Major League Baseball. And has a terrible reputation for years. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I don't know him personally, but not the best umpire. I love ABS. I think this is so great. It adds like this extra layer of fun and suspense to the proceedings. And as the season goes on, we are going to see it be employed even more strategically than it is now. Like there was a sequence in a Cubs game over the weekend with Nico Horner, right, where he probably should have challenged a ball that would have loaded the bases, and he doesn't, and then he ends up grounding into a double play afterwards. Just as an example, right, where people are asking, like, do you want to hold it for the very end of the game? When do you employ the challenge, right? I think it's so interesting, and I think will be a very entertaining subplot to what I think could be one of the best MLB regular seasons we've had in a long time.
GM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got plenty of baseball going on right now. It's the first Monday of the Major League Baseball season. We had opening day, opening weekend, now in the rearview mirror. Let's talk some baseball, shall we? Let's bring in our next guest, Jeff Joyce, who's the host of MLB Round Trip on SiriusXM MLB Radio. And you can find him on Twitter at JeffJoyce19. Jeff, it's Pat and Brad. How are you doing, brother? How was the first weekend for you?
It was good. I think opening night was a little dull, but after that, we had a good weekend. A lot of young kids really came up big this weekend. An intriguing season with a lot of the top prospects.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Jeff, maybe the most eruptions of noise came as a result of the robots. ABS was a smashing success, in my opinion, both in its effectiveness, its instant lore, the crowd loving it, umpires like CB Buckner getting humiliated. I mean, I thought it was going to be great. I think we're hopefully closer to fully automated strike zones now than before. But I know some people disagree. So what have been your first thoughts of seeing the ABS challenge system and how it's impacted games?
I thought it was great, except I saw today there was 4 teams that apparently still haven't even challenged a pitch, which doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like there were 10 in the Orioles game yesterday. Like they got an overturn late in that game. Ryan Helsley got one, and it ended up being a big call. But you know, we've seen like some games flip already with the challenges, with the ball strike challenges. First take from the first few days is not everybody's used to it. Right? Like guys are in between. Some guys, like it's just not second nature yet to maybe challenge a pitch. We've seen a couple pitchers get a little excited and try and, challenge a pitch, and they ended up being way off. I think it's going to take a while for guys to really settle in, figure out when I should use it, when I shouldn't use it, and there's maybe teams that early this season could gain a pretty big advantage by having figured it out maybe quicker than some of these other teams have.
Yeah, no doubt. A really fascinating level of technology, to say the least. Jeff, We're barely into the regular season, but any developments surprise you over the opening weekend? Maybe a trend that could portend, if you will, of the rest of the regular season, whether team or player related. Anything really catch your eye? And you say, hey, might be consistent development over the rest of the regular season.
So hard, like 3 games in to figure out. I mean, the Yankees and Blue Jays starters, both really good first time through in the first series. And Cam Schlittler looked really good for the Yankees the other day. And I've been saying all off season, once they get healthy and get Rodon and Cole back and have Fried and Schlittler, like all those guys are healthy when they get to the postseason, that could be one of the better rotations they've had in a long time in the postseason. So I'm watching that. And, Dylan Cease in his Toronto debut was great the other day. They struck out like 50 A's this weekend. But tonight's game, I don't know if you guys saw it yet or not, Cody Ponce, second inning, I think it was, of his first start of the season it looked like some kind of a leg injury. Hopefully it's not serious. But, they've already got a few guys out. Bieber's out, Savage is out, Barrios is out to start the season. So injury-wise for them, that could be an issue. The interesting thing over the weekend was the Giants. They didn't score at all against the Yankees, and there was a lot of talk about their rookie manager, and he was blaming himself for the Giants' offense, as maybe he was like too many speeches and too much fire with those guys. So, those were a couple of the bigger things. Trend-wise, it's kind of hard because, man, guys will get hot for a week, and then they'll kind of fade away. So I'd probably need a couple more weeks with that. But I will say, too, the Cincinnati Reds, they got a great start out of Chase Burns tonight. Like, they've got some young guys in that rotation that they've got high upside. We're just not sure if they're going to stay healthy and exactly what we're going to get out of those guys.
Yeah, and as you were talking, the Cubs just put 3 runs on the board. They're up 3-0 right now against the LA Angels after they kind of stubbed their toe against what we feel is a hapless Washington Nationals team over the weekend. Speaking of Chicago, Jeff, it will likely be a basement-dwelling year on the south side of the Windy City as the White Sox were swept in their opening series against Milwaukee. However, Munetaka Murakami launched not 1, not 2, but 3 homers in the opening act. We had Cody Decker on the show last week, and he sung the Japanese bats' praises. How legit of an AL Rookie of the Year candidate is Murakami? Is he the only reason fans will actually attend a White Sox game this year?
I mean, they got some young players, but, the thing with Murakami is he hits for power. And, he's hit 50 plus home runs in Japan before. He's hit over 30 home runs a handful of times. He's a little bit older of a guy, so he could probably easily, hit 30 home runs this season on a bad White Sox team. Power usually plays in those awards. I mean, you got some really good young players around the league. The Tigers called up their top prospects. He's off to a great start early this season, Kevin McGonigal. But, I mean, if he hits 30 home runs, yeah, he's going to be in the race for the Rookie of the Year. It was an interesting signing for the White Sox because I don't think a lot of contenders trusted putting the bat right in their lineup because there's some strikeouts there where the Okamoto, Kaz Okamoto for the Blue Jays, he's a little bit more of a polished hitter. So I think they were okay with putting him in their lineup. But for the White Sox, I think it was a good gamble. Why not? If he figures it out, it's 30 home runs, a little more fan interest, and then potentially you could trade him at some point.
We're talking with Jeff Joyce here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Jeff is host of MLB Round Trip on Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio. Jeff, you mentioned the Rooks, and you just talked about Murakami. But who's had the best start to the season so far? Because you can make a case for several players. I'll just name a few here. Chase DeLauder from Cleveland already has 4 dongs. Owen Casey from Miami has an OPS over 1,300. You mentioned Kevin McGonigal from Detroit. He's got an average over 400. And Sal Stewart from the Reds has an OPS over 2,000. After opening weekend, who's the rookie you're most interested in watching?
Yeah, and don't forget about Joey Weimer of the Washington Nationals, who's already he started the game 2 for 2 tonight, so I think he started the season 8 for 8 and reached in his first 10 plate appearances. He was a former Brewers prospect. I still think the guys that I'm looking at the most, even though DeLauder had a great opening weekend, he had really a good spring training as well. Kevin McGonigal, didn't hit any. I don't think he hit any home runs this weekend, but he's got great plate awareness. He's already got a couple doubles, 5 for 12 over the weekend. He seems like he's really ready for major league pitching. We'll see. Like a lot of these guys, we'll see if where the holes come, what teams figure out and kind of change against them a little bit. But I think really, JJ Weatherholt of the Cardinals hitting leadoff since opening day, and they've got a young team, so they're going to let him play. McGonigal, I think. And Owen Casey's an interesting guy, too, because he might have been kind of blocked in that Cubs outfield, at least this year, potentially. But he had a huge weekend for the Miami Marlins. So, yeah, those three guys for sure. And like you said, Sal Stewart, I think he had another hit tonight. I mean, that's an interesting Reds team. If Sal Stewart has a big year and Gino Suarez has a big year, that's a good offensive boost for that team.
Yeah, it was disappointing to see Owen Casey go bye-bye out of that Chicago Cubs organization. I think he's going to be an absolute stud and with full playing time for the Miami Marlins. Jeff, let's talk AL and NL Cy Young races are always worth keeping tabs on constantly as the summer unfolds. Who are your picks in each league? If you don't mind, too, give us a dark horse in each.
I mean, it was hard to the way things have played out the last couple of years with awards. It's been boring with, Judge and Ohtani in the MVP and Skubal for the Cy Young. You got Skubal and Crochet, I think, in the American League, and those guys are really hard to beat. Like, I don't know who's going to step in and really challenge those guys. I think maybe you got a better shot in the National League if something happens to Skeens. I mean, bad start on opening day. I think he'll be fine the rest of the way. I mean, the beginning of the season, I thought Logan Webb was the guy for sure. They could say maybe a dark horse. I think he was like 20-1, 18-1 at the beginning of the season. He had a bad first start, but he's always going to be there because he pitches the innings. A lot of these guys, especially in the National League, Hunter Green, already dropped off. I don't know Ohtani, what kind of innings he's going to pitch. He's a fascinating guy to me. I think he's around 30-1, somewhere around there. He's been saying all spring training he wants to win a Cy Young, which means he kind of knows that he's got to throw probably at least 160 innings. I just don't think he's going to have the inning total there at the end of the day, but it's so hard right now to bet against the chalk in the awards just because these guys have been so good the last couple of years. But I'd still say, in the National League, Webb potentially has a chance if something were to happen to Skeens, because he's going to throw the innings and he's going to throw quality innings, even though he got beat up first time out.
Like it.
Talking with Jeff Joyce here for about another 2 minutes or so, host of MLB Round Trip on Sirius XM MLB Radio. You can find him on Twitter at Jeff Joyce19. Jeff, finally, how about Mike Trout? 3-time MVP, 11-time All-Star. He's now 34 years old. Seems like he was on a downward trajectory. The Angels have been irrelevant for most of the last decade outside of having Trout and Ohtani and doing nothing with it. But Trouty, look, the bat speed looks there. 2 homers in the first 2 games. He's hitting over 400. Just how good of a season do you think Mike Trout can have? And is there any chance he were to get traded this year with the lockout maybe looming, and who the hell knows what's going to happen next year? So I guess what kind of a year do you think Mike Trout can have?
I can't imagine that he would get traded because there's just still so much money left on that contract. I think he's still got 5 years left. It goes through 2030. So I think it's right around $35 million a year or so. Look, last year coming in, I think they talked a lot about wanting to DH him because he'd only played in a little over 100 games total the previous 2 years. He's a little bit better last season, but he had the torn meniscus, I think it was, in 2024. Maybe he was still going through that last year. I think everybody was stunned when he came into camp this year and he said he wanted to play center field more because it really seemed like the knee and the legs were maybe the main issue. He's off to a good start now. It's just going to be games played with him. I mean, I think if Mike Trout plays 140 games, you could pencil him in for 30-plus home runs. I mean, I don't think he's ever going to be the same guy, the Mike Trout MVP guy. I think the point now is what can you get out of him? You know, what kind of numbers can you get out of Trout? And, I mean, he just turned, he's, 34 this year? I went and looked at the beginning of the season. I mean, you know, Ken Griffey Jr. played in a lot more games after he was 30 than even Mike Trout has so far. It kind of felt like the same sort of career arc with these guys where, you know, Griffey still hit over 600 home runs, even with the injuries. I don't know that Trout's ever going to get anywhere near that at this point. It's really, you know, all down to health, I think, at this point for him.
Well, I hope he can stay healthy, man. That's it's a big if, but if he can, you know, again, I think this first weekend has proven just how elite the bat skills are, the bat to ball skills. Jeff, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much. You know, go watch some games. And look, we're only 4 or 5 games in, man. This long ride has just begun, so we're looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff.
There you go, Jeff Joyce, host of MLB Round Trip on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. All right, we're going to take a short break. If you want to weigh in anything, any of your thoughts on opening weekend from the Major League Baseball season, which rookies do you think have impressed you the most? Because there is a ton. You know, Jeff said it. We asked him about it. How's your team doing so far? You want to weigh in? We'll take any and all of your calls at 310-840-4910. You can text the show as well. Coming back, we're going to do a little pivot, talk a little football, because amidst all the Final Four and March Madness chaos and Major League Baseball opening weekend, the NFL thought they would just slip something right by us. Not going to happen. Brad and I will talk about it next. You got to find out what that is if you don't know already. Come on back on the other side. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And if you have a pie chart of blame, right, we're trying to figure out who deserves the blame for Duke losing this game in ridiculous fashion to the Connecticut Huskies. I don't know how it's possible that the lion's share of it doesn't go to the Duke head coach, Jon Scheyer. Now, before I really criticize Jon Scheyer, which is about to happen, this needs to be said, right? Because we always want to be fair here on the show. We want to call it like it is. We want to be able to criticize when appropriate, but also give credit where appropriate. Jon Scheyer is a really good coach. He is not a bad coach at all. 11-4 in the NCAA tournament is Jon Scheyer. Like, they've been to 3 Elite Eights in 4 seasons, went to a Final Four. Like, you can argue last year had the best team. You could argue this year Duke had the best team. And there's something to be said for that, right? And, you know, you'll sign up for this if you're a Duke fan. Like being in these spots at the end of the season every year. And I'll also throw out there that if I told you that Jon Scheyer's going to coach at Duke for another 20 years, let's say, and maybe it's longer, maybe it's shorter, he's probably going to win a national championship. Like, that's probably going to happen. If Duke keeps spending money like they are with NIL, keeps recruiting, keeps getting these great players, these star-studded teams, like, they're probably going to, not definitely, but again, think about it, right? They're probably going to win a national championship. Not definitely, but I think they will probably win one under Jon Scheyer. But until then, he's going to have to face these allegations. And the allegations are that he is not a big game coach and doesn't have what it takes to coax a victory out of his team at the ends of these games when the bleep's hitting the fan and everything's going wrong and the other team's going nuts and the crowd is behind the other team because everybody hates Duke. He's going to have a hard time beating these allegations. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because now we've seen it happen 2 consecutive years with Jon Scheyer with these tournament collapses. And it's incredible to me, and it really shouldn't be. And I'm not claiming to know who's at fault, if the refs are at fault, or if the NFL's at fault. To me, like, it really doesn't make a difference. Here's what I know. The NFL should be above things like this, right? They should be above it. Should find a way to figure it out. The NFL doesn't care. And I don't know how many times we collectively as fans need to be reminded that the NFL doesn't care. And the reason why the NFL doesn't care, and frankly, doesn't really have to care, is because we, and I'll put myself at the front of I'm at the front of the line, I'm holding the flag. In the Nathaniel Hawthorne book, The Scarlet Letter, the main character has to wear a scarlet letter A, and the A stands for adultery. Present day, we are wearing the scarlet letter A as NFL fans, and the A stands here for addicts, because we are hopelessly addicted to the National Football League. They could play games on Christmas. Hell, there'll be a game on Easter at some point, even though it's in the middle of the offseason. It doesn't make a difference. Every day of the week, doesn't matter. Referees can be terrible. Doesn't make a difference. We are all hopelessly addicted to the National Football League, and I am at the front of the line. There could be replacement refs, and guess what? I'm watching every game. I'm playing fantasy. I'm playing daily fantasy. I'm betting the games. I'm not stopping. And I'm guessing you won't either.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Just a quick update here. On Monday night, Major League Baseball, the White Sox, they're looking for win number 1. I thought maybe the Marlins were legit, Brad, but it turns out they just played the Rockies. So the White Sox lead the Marlins 8-3. The Nationals continue to be a good surprise story. They lead the Phillies 7-2. And how about this? Your Cubbies. Go, Cubs, go. Go, Cubs, go. They lead the Angels 3-0.
Hey, Chicago.
After a 3-run first inning, our guy Nico Horner with a sac fly, and then you got a Carson Kelly 2-run single, and it looks like it's now 4-0 Cubbies. So how about that? They're adding on. And then the big surprise, speaking of the Rockies, might have to break them up. They lead the Blue Jays 2-1 going into the bottom of the fourth. Yeah, both of their runs have come via Blue Jays errors. both runs they've scored literally on plays where there were Blue Jays errors. So you got that going on. We'll keep you posted on all the major results going on here. We'll get you caught up on some NBA scores in a little bit as well. But you can tweet both of us. I'm at PatBoyle44. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. And Brad, this is a Twitter account that I know very well. He's a great guy. I've actually met him in person. His Twitter account is called Moist Pork. And he tweets in.
Delicious.
And he said, forget the Yankees not playing one day over opening weekend. Why are East Coast teams opening the season on the West Coast? I want to watch the Guardians on opening day, and I need to wait until 10 o'clock p.m. Trash that. Hashtag blame Manfred. I think that's a valid point. I guess, and that should be somewhat avoidable, right? Because you got basically equal number of teams on the West Coast. And so, you want to put the Rockies out there to play a team on the West Coast, fine. Like, we shouldn't have East Coast teams or teams that play in East Coast time zones going out to the West Coast to play games. It's going to happen during the season, but for opening day, opening weekend, don't you think we should try to avoid that if possible?
Fake outrage. Who cares? You're
fake
getting
outrage
now. You don't have to worry about it later. Fake outrage. You're going to have to do it eventually, so why not go ahead and just sacrifice the Z's and get out of the way now so you don't have to worry about sacrificing the Z's later? That's my 2 cents.
Okay, that's a decent counter. Moist Pork will have to respond if he's still listening. Here's the thing that I don't like is that no team should have to spend the first week of the season on the road. Like, for example, the Yankees don't have their opening day until this Friday. So it'll literally have been 9 days into the season before the Yankees' first home game. And I know there's a couple other teams that have that as well. It doesn't feel like opening day at that point. The season's already a week and a half old. Is that more fake outrage?
Yeah. No, I tend to agree with where you're coming from. Sometimes the like opening day regalia and stuff like that is still up, and you're like, opening day, my God, that was like 10 days ago. But you're in also cold weather locales typically, and I know the weather is unseasonably mild in some places like Chicago. A lot of people in short sleeves and in shorts right now slugging back their Budweisers at the park as game time temps were in the 70s, wind howling out as a result, but that's atypical for this time of year. The game could be like 40 degrees or could be a couple of flakes of snow in the sky. So if you're going to take a team from New York, Boston, even Chicago, those locales and play in the South where it's generally warmer, that should be like par for the course as a standard expectation because you never know what Mother Nature is going to bring. So whatever.
Yeah, it's a good point, but like you said, you can't ever predict the weather. It was like 80 degrees for you last week.
It was.
There's every
same today.
Like there's every chance that for the first 9 days of the calendar of the season, it's 70 degrees in New York, and then when the Yankees go to play opening day, it's 35 degrees and raining. That's very possible too. So I don't know. I just, like you said, you have all the regalia still up, and it's a week and a half into the season. It's like opening day, and it's like, what? Doesn't feel like opening day. But I get it. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. All right, let's pivot here. Let's talk a little football, shall we? Because Brad, over the last couple of days here, the NFL, they've tried to throw a fast one right underneath us, a little banana peel as we're watching college hoops and as we're watching Major League Baseball. The NFL owners, they are quote unquote alarmed at how far apart they are with the NFL Referees Association, the state of negotiations with the referees whose CBA ends in 2 months from now, that NFL owners have now authorized staff members to begin hiring and onboarding replacement officials in the coming weeks. Yeah. We've got a legit chance that we're going to have replacement refs once again, which we had, 13 years ago, right? And the Fail Mary. There's a chance that replacement refs are coming back to the NFL this year if the NFL, their owners, can't figure out how to get a damn deal done with the referees who do not get paid full-time salary. They get paid part-time. The NFL is a multi-billion-dollar entity. Start paying your refs full-time so that they can be training and practicing in the off-season and attending workshops so that we get the best product and we don't get a sport that has billions of dollars wagered and billions of eyes on it. Just forget about the sports betting. But, you can't have terrible refs. You can't have terrible refs. All right, we got to go to break, actually. We'll come right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Roy Williams, but before he went to North Carolina with Kansas, can Roy Williams ever win the big one? Managed to win 3 as the head coach of North Carolina. Hell, even Coach K. And I know there are a lot of younger sports fans that probably need to be reminded of this, because when you were growing up, the legend of Coach K had already been truly established. Coach K lost in 4 Final Fours before he won his first national championship with Duke in 1991. 86 title game, losing in a nail-biter to Purvis Ellison and Louisville. 1988, losing in the Final Four to Larry Brown, Danny Manning, and eventual national champion, Kansas. 1989, with maybe the best team in the country, gets railroaded by P.J. Carlissimo. Westwood One college basketball analyst will join us later this week, and they got jobbed in the 89 title game against Michigan. Got railroaded by Seton Hall in the national semifinal in 1989, and then run off the court by UNLV in the 1990 title game. Now, Duke would get revenge the next year in the national semifinal against the Runnin' Rebels and win the first championship under Coach K. But that's 4 Final Four losses for Mike Krzyzewski before Duke summited at the top of the mountain and won a national championship. It is what it is till it ain't. So John Shire, I think, likely will win a national championship with Duke. But until then, the questions are going to be there. People like me are going to ask it, even if I think he'll do it. We have to ask the question. Because again now, this is twice in 2 years where these are unacceptable losses, whether you're a Duke fan or not, whether you bet Duke or not, whether you pick Duke in your bracket or not. You have to acknowledge, if you watched last year against Houston and then you watched yesterday against Connecticut, these are unacceptable losses for any team to have, much less a team with the talent that Duke had last year with Flagg and Knipple, that Duke has this year with Cam Boozer and company. Absolutely unacceptable for the Duke Blue Devils.
Couple that with one of the best freshmen in the country that I still don't think, even after that performance, people are talking enough about in Wagler. I mean, he is unbelievable. Remember this, Boswell missed some time. He missed some time with an injury. He was playing like one of the best players in the Big Ten. Now they've got him back. He was in there in crunch time defensively in that win the other night with all the size that they have, with a superstar freshman in Wagler. This is the team that I said could win that region, but also I would not be shocked if they're cutting the nets down. I'm not saying I'm picking them, but I'm just saying that everyone wants to talk about Michigan, Arizona. That's the national championship game.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. You know, hey, sometimes life happens. Sleep happens. Our producer, Brandon Combs, who is basically running the ship in Chicago, or he's our connection between our mothership, if you will, Westwood One in California, their studio, Combs in Chicago. Combs lost power in the studio in Chicago, so that kind of sent us to break. We were still on YouTube, but all of a sudden he's like, hey, we got to go to break. So, you know, that happens, but that's fine. Now we got basically a 25-minute segment here to have fun and talk about so much different stuff. So, Brad, where were we? NFL hiring replacement refs. Again, yeah. I'll start it back from the top here. So apparently NFL owners are quote unquote alarmed by the state of negotiations with the NFL Referees Association. The refs, their CBA with the NFL expires at the end of May. And apparently they're very far apart on negotiations. And look, the nucleus comes down to NFL referees still get paid part-time. They're not full-time employees. They get paid part-time salaries. Now, some of those salaries for the more tenured refs, you could probably make a full-time living off of it, but they're technically part-time employees. And I think the easiest thing to get out of this, and I don't think we're going to, but the easiest solution, make the referees full-time employees. 12 months a year, have them attend workshops in the offseason. They get time off, obviously, like everybody else. But like this is so stupid. We're talking about $1 billion corporation, $1 billion entity, multi-billion dollars in the National Football League. And we had to fail Mary, for those that over 10 years ago at this point, because you had replacement refs. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. And so we're going to risk having the integrity of the game and just the overall quality of the game sink so low because NFL owners can't figure it out and get to an agreement with the NFL refs. I thought we only had to worry about this with a baseball lockout, but apparently we have to worry about it with the zebras in the NFL. They got to figure this out, man, because if we have replacement refs again, it's going to be bad news.
Yeah, it's very inexcusable for the NFL and the money that they're making hand over fist that they can't pay these guys full time. My uncle back in the day was a head referee in the NFL, actually. And, he was a banker on the side. He ran a local bank in the Champaign, Illinois area. And then he was a referee in the fall for the National Football League. So that goes to show that they weren't paying guys substantial coin back in the 1980s and 90s when he was a referee, and still aren't paying guys substantial coin here in the year of our football lords in 2026. And yet they're making infinitely more money than they did back in the day. I don't really understand it. They want consistency. They want integrity with the product that they're churning out. Just go ahead and pay these guys what they are worth. And you might say, well, they only work half the year. Who cares? So are the players, so are the coaches. They're working like a little bit more than half the year as well. You don't have to pay them an exorbitant sum by any stretch of the imagination, but pay them what is fair and what is right. So the NFL just being cheapskates here. And if they have to revert to what it was, over a decade, almost decade and a half ago, and have these replacement refs in there in this day and age with legalized sports gambling as a part of the ethos as ingrained into the game as it really is, you're going to have another Hail Mary. You're going to have a botch call. You're going to have more egregious calls that are going to sway the action on the field and honestly piss a lot of people off. So figure out a way, come to the table, sit down, negotiate. Oh, and Pat, there's this wonderful C word that I think a lot of our politicians also need to adhere to. It's called compromise. Do the right thing, NFL. Sit down, talk to representatives of the NFL referees, and get a deal done in time for the season. We cannot have replacement refs, period, in a story.
Yeah, and so the NFL began compiling a list of college-level officials to recruit earlier this month. I mean, not like they're pulling these guys, like the people that ref your kids' high school games or middle school games, but still college-level officials versus the NFL refs. And I know we get on them and we rag on them whenever they miss a call, but they are very, very skilled, and they are cut above from what the other, college-level officials at the Division I level, even at the power conference level, like the NFL refs, they're the best of the best. It's a very exhaustive process to become an NFL referee. And so you're going to have some bad calls. Here's the thing I worry about most, Brad, is that of course the league, they're already they're already like thinking, well, what if they, God forbid we pay these men and women more money, right? What's a backup plan? What's our ulterior plan here? The NFL Competition Committee has finalized a series of wide-ranging rule change proposals in case there's a work stoppage with the NFL referees. And so basically, you would be able to have the NFL Game Day Central with I'm trying to think of the word that, obviously they're not referees, but basically NFL administrators and NFL, I guess you would call them referees. That they would be in a different location, like how the NBA has the replay review center in Secaucus. You would have that for the NFL, and these folks would be able to overturn penalties that were wrongly called. Or they would be able to say, like, from wherever they are, whether this Game Day Central Command Center in New York is, and they would be able to say to the refs, hey, no, actually, you missed a roughing the passer, throw the flag right now. And look, in theory, that sounds great, right? You got a second set of eyes watching the game. Brad, the first thing I think of, man, is the integrity of the game. Is the billions of dollars that do get wagered on the NFL every single week. All of a sudden, the Patriots recovering as 6.5 point favorites. Oh, it's a 7-point game. Yeah, no, that's a holding call. No, that's going to be fourth down on the Patriots. That's what I worry about. Maybe I'm too skeptical. Maybe I'm too tinfoil hat, but I'd rather just have the men and women that get paid to do this and should be getting paid more, that are the best in the world at their jobs at doing this. I'd rather just have them officiating the game.
Again, it's all about the integrity. You want to maintain consistency as well. And, you could say, well, that every game, every crew is a little bit different how they call some of the games. Some of the games a little bit tighter than others, but, they're trying to call, certain plays by the letter law. What is outlined there in the rule book on a game in, game out basis? You bring in replacement referees, and yes, they may be collegiate referees, but the speed of the game is much faster at the NFL level than the college level. Yeah, even in SEC play. There's going to be a ton of missed calls, and it's going to hurt the product on the field. And if you hurt the product on the field, there's got to be ripple effects, just like you outlined with all of the sports bettors that are out there and the popularity that exists in those markets. It's going to be swayed, and people are going to take to social media, and they are going to absolutely destroy the NFL in that reputation if there is an egregious call. And I guarantee there's going to be. So again, NFL, protect your product. Protect your ass, sit down, compromise, pay these men and women what they deserve, and move on. You're still going to make an exorbitant amount and a ridiculous amount of money in the bitter end anyway.
Yeah, again, just building off that last point, staff members of the NFL in this Game Day Central in New York would also be permitted to alert replacement referees that a flag shouldn't have been thrown if there is clear and obvious video evidence that at least one element of the foul called is not present. That includes face mask, roughing the passer, intentional grounding, horse collar tackles, illegal contact, pass interference, and disqualification. We already did this with the pass interference. Oh, you could challenge it. It was the biggest disaster ever. It was a joke. So now you're telling me we have these replacement refs, but they're going to be overruled any time that they miss a call. What? We're hopping through hoops here, all because the NFL owners can't come to an agreement with the referees. Again, maybe the one thing, maybe I am too naive, or not naive. Maybe I'm too skeptical of the integrity. Maybe this would actually be a positive. I don't know. Should I be thinking positively that, like, hey, if these replacement refs suck, at least somebody, these overlords of the NFL that are watching from the sky, will get the calls right or make sure that the wrong calls get overturned. And maybe we then end up getting more of that, even with the regular referees. I guess can I spin zone this into a positive way or no?
No, I kind of believe in that theory as well. I buy into it. I've always felt that they could expedite the entire replay process. Well, the one thing you don't want is to really extend the game. Games are long enough as it is. Look, I love the NFL, but I don't want to sit there for 4 stinking hours and watch a single game. I'd like it ideally to be over in like 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes, something under 3 hours. I don't want to expand my watching experience. And I think a lot of people feel the same way, especially people that attend the games. They have some other things to do that they got to get back to, like, I don't know, their families. They got to get to bed and prepare for work the next day. Yeah, if there is a way that if there's a silver lining in all this and maybe some good that comes out of it, it is going to a central command and immediately, snap of a finger, review a play. They have all the various camera angles in front of them, and they, buzz in or they phone in or however they communicate and say, this call is going this way. This call is going that way. It overrules these people. They have no say in it, and you play on. They have to speed up the process. College has to speed up the process as well. And I've always felt like the Big Ten, they got money run out of their ears. The SEC's got money running out of their ears. Why don't they too have a central command in that sport? Does the same thing. So this could be the NFL institutes this. It is a resounding success, and then you get a trickle-down effect into the college game for some of the leagues can afford to do this with that central command, and everybody wins. So, yeah, maybe there is something positive that could come from this plight that a lot of these current NFL referees are dealing with.
One last thing that I will say here, it would suck if we do have replacement refs for however long, but maybe it takes another Hail Mary to finally get the NFL to cave and give the NFL Referees Association what they want. But like, imagine if we have replacement refs for the first couple weeks of the season and you see a touchdown or two get taken off the board because they missed a clear and obvious holding call or an offensive pass interference. And we get to the point where you don't even celebrate touchdowns because you got to worry about, hold on, is the Game Day Central going to overturn this because of a penalty? And it becomes, sometimes it takes, it's taking the excitement out of regular touchdowns because you're like, oh, hold on, we got to review it. I don't know, it might not have been a catch. Might have been something we missed. Imagine then if you have to review for a freaking penalty that the replacement refs might have missed. Yeah, then it's going to slow the game down, and all of a sudden you feel like the excitement of every touchdown that you watch live on Red Zone or Sunday Ticket or watching just your regular team, that excitement goes out the window because every time you get a touchdown, you're like, oh, hold on, I got to wait. Is there another penalty here that they didn't call? Or we just got to get a compromise. Like you said, the C word, baby. Get that C word going.
Yeah, and you know what's going to tick off, Pat? If you take touchdowns off the board, not only bettors, but fantasy players. And there are like 70 to 80 million people, according to Fantasy Sports Gaming Association, the FSGA, that play fantasy football in this country. So if you see a play and a guy like crosses the chalk, you're like, it's a touchdown. It's called a touchdown on the field. And then as you mentioned, as an example, if Central Command then phones in, oh, no, there was a holding penalty, that's wiped off the board. There's going to be riots in the streets, especially come like fantasy playoff time. If there is no resolution to this, oh my goodness, I can't even imagine how irked people will be. They may be like, I'm done. I'm never going to play fantasy football again. And that has been truly a gift that is kept on giving to the NFL. And one of the main reasons why they have become a multi-billion-dollar industry is because of fantasy football and betting, because people are emotionally and truly invested in watching a 4-hour game from start to finish. Get it right, NFL.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do a quick pivot here. Let's play our round the bases game with the crew. And right before we do that here, for the night games in Major League Baseball, our friends at BetMGM want you to know that if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token to get things started this weekend and all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. So the premise of this round the bases game here, we go around the room, make selections for each category ahead of the evening Major League Baseball slate. So we got 4 evening games 4 night games, if you will. Yankees, Mariners, Giants, Padres, Guardians, Dodgers, and Tigers, D-backs. So we started out with our favorite winner, moneyline play. Brad, go to you first, brother. Who do you like and why?
Oh, turn back the clock, Justin Verlander. Do it for your beautiful wife, Kate Upton. I'm going to take the Tigers on the road at Arizona, win straight up. Even Steven plus 100 odds. Arizona off to an atrocious offensive start. Number 26 in WRC plus right now. And Verlander, a guy that was a bit adventurous on the road last year, but a respectable 4.01 ERA going against Michael Soroka, who had a 6.75 ERA at Chase Field, splitting time between the Nats and the Cubs last season. So give me Detroit on the money line against AZ.
Yeah, hopefully put some sriracha on Soroka. All right, I like the Padres here. I like the Padres minus 118. You got Walker Buehler making his Padres debut against Landon Roop, who pitched it was like 20 games or so last year for the Giants. Look, I mean, Torey Vitello literally had to apologize for the opening weekend for the Giants. It was that bad. Tony Vitello. We're getting names wrong all over the place. I'm thinking of Torey Lovullo. Tony Vitello had to apologize. He goes, yeah, I think I was too amped up. The guys, they tried too hard, and they couldn't hit the freaking ball. The Giants haven't scored a run yet, or they scored 1 run. So you know what? I'll go with the Padres here to bury the Giants in a little even bit bigger of a hole that they're in here, especially in a pitcher's ballpark like in San Diego. I'll ride with Walker Buehler. I like the Padres. Basically, I pick them. Combs?
Yeah, I'll go with the Mariners, plus 100. Luis Castillo on the mound. This isn't any shade towards your Yankees. Still think they're a good squad, but let's go with the Mariners at home. Luis Castillo on the mound. They are plus 100 right now for the Mariners.
Okay, and that one's in Seattle. Really quickly, video producer Monty. Monty, who do you like tonight?
I'm going opposite of Combs. I'm going with the Yankees. I've got
yeah, that's right.
I got a bunch of elite and strong rated hitters against Luis Castillo on my site, batters-box.com. Free ratings for all the hitters over there. Go check that out if you want to see what I'm talking about. So give me the Yankees.
All right, very good. All right, let's go to our favorite total of the night. Favorite over under. Brad, what do you like?
All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to be quick here. You got Rupe, you got Buehler. I'll take the under, though, in San Francisco and San Diego. 8.5 at a minus 115. Both these teams not swinging hot sticks outside the top 25 in WRC plus to begin the young year.
Yeah, you know what? I was aiming for that one as well. You know what? I'll go with the over
let's go!
here. Yeah, but no, I'm going to go over Yankees and Mariners. It's the lowest total of the 4 games here, 7.5. I mean, Ryan Weathers is a nice young pitcher for the Yanks. Castillo's good, but Monty mentioned he's got a bunch of elite ratings for Yankees hitters. The Yankees bullpen has been nearly untouchable, but Seattle's got a good offense. I think we get a 5-4 game, or I mean, even a 5-3 game cashes it. So over 7.5, Yankees and Mariners is my favorite total. Combs?
Yeah, I'm going to go against Brad. I like the over in the Padres-Giants. I know they haven't, neither one of these has swung great sticks, but Walker Buehler, just like Pat, couldn't even strike me out. So I think the Giants bats get going. I also think the Padres bats get going tonight too against Roop. So I'm going to take the over Padres-Giants.
I would strike you out literally on 3 pitches. Monty, what's your favorite total?
You stole my pick. Yankees, Mariners over 7.5. I got a bunch of strong and elite rated guys for the Mariners as well. Like I'd say over 10 guys with a tier 1 or tier 2 rating in that game. So over 7.5 for sure.
All right, very good. Let's bang out these last 2 or 3 here if we can really quickly around the room. Goyard, our home run pick for the night. Brad, who do you like to go deep?
Slam the gavel, Aaron Judge. Do it again. Home run in 2 of your last 3 and 4 for 10 with a home run and a 1,300 OPS against Luis Castillo plus 275 if he does.
I'm going Chase DeLauder. Screw it, man. I'm going to ride the hot hand. The guy's got 4 dongs already. He might end up being the next Barry Bonds. So plus 375 for Chase DeLauder to go deep off Roki Sasaki or anybody in the Dodgers pen. Why not? I mean, the guy's got 4 already. Combs, who do you like to go deep?
Give me Kevin McGonigal to get his first career home run tonight, plus 750. Love this kid. Love the way he's been swinging the stick. He goes yard tonight.
All right, Monty, you got anybody you like to go deep? What is Batter's Dash Box? Who do we have?
Well, a lot of people, but I'm gonna stay in that game against Soroka with Combs. I'm gonna go Kerry Carpenter, the lefty for the Tigers.
All right, beautiful. All right, we probably only have time for one more, so dealer's choice here, Brad. You want to go with a hitter, highest hits, runs, RBIs, or a pitcher prop?
Let's go pitcher.
All right, go ahead. Who do you like?
I'm going to go Roki Sasaki over 13.5 outs. Look, I know he primarily came out of the pen, but, I mean, this is such a low stinking number. All he's got to do is survive 4 2/3. I think he's going to go 5 strong. Give me the over 13.5 outs Sasaki of the LA Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Walker Buehler here. I like the Padres and Walker Buehler, again, trying to have a bounce back season here. Over 3.5 Ks, going to be on a pitch count, but you got to drink some juice on it on BetMGM. It's minus 150, but I think Walker Buehler on a decent day can absolutely get to 4 strikeouts here. So Buehler over 3.5 Ks. Combs really quickly in 10 seconds. Who do you like?
Over 2.5 earned runs for Walker Buehler. He sucks.
Monty, you got something in 5 seconds?
Luis Castillo under outs, whatever the number is. I don't know what it is.
All right, very good. Brad will bid you adieu. I got some more final thoughts when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I have seen firsthand what addiction can do to a family, to a group of people. I want Tiger Woods to get well. I also don't even mean this to insinuate that he's like a hopeless, I don't know. But you read some of the quotes anonymously given to outlets like TMZ by friends of Tiger Woods. They all seem to be pretty worried about him. And there's a pattern of behavior here. I want him to get well. I want him to get healthy. And it's not just because he's arguably the greatest golfer of all time and has thrilled us with moments over the last 30 years. That's not the reason. It's because he's a human being. And he's got a family. And he's got kids. And he has people that depend on him and look up to him and care about him. Not just fans, family, loved ones. I want him to get well. I want him to do better. But until that happens, let's just call a spade a spade. This dude is a menace to society. He's a menace. He keeps getting messed up and getting behind the wheel and threatening not only his life, but more importantly, and I understand, one of the greatest golfers of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. When you get behind the wheel, you're threatening the lives of others, and in those moments, their lives are worth more than yours because you're the one putting their lives in harm's way. And I'll tell you, you don't have to be a parent to fully grasp what I'm saying and understand it. I would have felt this way before my daughter was born. But the thought of people like Tiger Woods being out there who repeatedly get behind the wheel impaired makes me sick to my stomach. He should be in jail. And I'm not saying that to pile on him, right? To be a jerk. It's nothing to do with him as a golfer. But if you can't follow the rules of society and you're going to put your life in jeopardy and the lives of others in jeopardy because you can't control yourself, sorry, we can feel bad and have empathy for him, which I do. But we can also say, no, enough, go away. He's 50 years old. Grow up. Like, I'm sorry that your body's failed you and you can't compete at the highest level and maybe you can't play at Augusta Net. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. Go count your money. Wipe your tears with $100 bills. Grow up. 50 years old. 50. Getting behind the wheel messed up. Enough. Aaron Glenn confirming what we all knew, right? That there's, quote, no doubt that Geno Smith will be the Jets starting quarterback. Glenn adding, quote, he, meaning Geno, is our guy. I am on record saying I think that this season is going to be a disaster for the Jets. And not a disaster in the way you're thinking, where they go 2-15. I think this is going to be worse than 2-15. And that doesn't mean 1-16 or 0-17. What that means is 7-10. What that means is maybe 8-9. Where I think the Jets are too good right now of a roster to be the worst team in the league. The Jets are not getting their quarterback of the future at second overall next month in the NFL draft. It's not happening. It's a one-quarterback draft with Fernando Mendoza. And that doesn't mean they shouldn't take Ty Simpson or Carson Beck or Garrett Nussmeier at some point. I think they should. But it's very likely that the Jets and other teams are putting their eggs in the 2027 NFL draft basket to find a quarterback. And I think Geno Smith and the signings they've made in free agency and what they'll do with all their early picks in the draft make it unlikely that the Jets will get one of those elite prospects next year in the NFL draft.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Heyo! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern, which we do every Monday through Friday. The show is 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. These last 2 hours, solo hours, baby. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call like normal, or you can simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from so you can get featured on the show. A lot of good topics tonight. We'll get you caught up on all the big scores happening right now. We've got the Elite Eight, last 2 games of the Elite Eight for the Women's March Madness tournament, so they'll have the Final Four field set in about 2 hours from now. We'll get you caught up on the first Monday night of the Major League Baseball season. A couple of eye-opening scores, to say the least, and it's a pretty big Monday night in the NBA. We're 2 weeks away from the NBA playoffs, less than that. So, we'll get you caught up on all your scores, but I want to kind of reset the show here and give out some more thoughts on the weekend that was, because the Elite Eight action was awesome. I mean, we did have, I guess if you wanted to say that Arizona game was a blowout, tough to say that. They did come from behind. They were down 7, in the early part of the second half against Purdue. So really it was kind of just the one blowout, which was Michigan and Tennessee. And we'll get to that. But, again, for me, still the topic of the day is that Duke meltdown. Another Duke collapse. Up by 19 points early on in the second half against UConn. And the Blue Devils choke it away in epic fashion. Caden Boozer, twin brother of Cameron Boozer, who's going to be a top 3 pick in the NBA draft. He turns the ball over with less than 10 seconds to go. And UConn, Braylon Mullins gives it to Alex Caravan, who gives it back to the freshman Braylon Mullins, and he nothing but nylon, literally one of the just most orgasmic noises you've ever heard if you're not a Duke fan. Just the ripping of the nylon as it goes right through it. Swoosh, whatever you want to call it, it was beautiful. And you add in Iron Eagles, Electric Call, and Raftery, Bill Raftery, Raft, the legend, along with Grant Hill, Dan Hurley, and the crowd, and it's in D.C. It was an amazing game. That's the classic. That's the game that gets that Sunday early evening if you're on the East Coast, late afternoon if you're on the West Coast. That's the primetime billing of the whole weekend. It's that final game on Sunday, and I'm glad Duke UConn got that slot because it absolutely lived up to it. And for me, John Shire, Duke's head coach, there's been a lot of chatter on social media. I know my friends have been talking about it in my friend group chats. I'm sure it was water cooler talk today for a lot of you at work. In my opinion, Duke's head coach, John Shire, is not to blame for that final play, but he is to blame for another epic Duke meltdown. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. And I've got some serious freaking doubts on whether or not John Shire can ever win a national championship with this team. I don't care that he's 38. I don't care that he's young as hell. I don't care that he's well equipped to handle the NIL and transfer portal era and wherever the hell college athletics goes. And I know that in his first 4 seasons, he's made the Elite Eight 3 times in a row. He made the Final Four last year. I just don't think he's that great of a head coach. I think whatever he exudes, his teams exude gagging and choking and melting down and collapsing. I'll get to more on that in just a second. I want to deal with the final play first because I'm sure you've seen it on social media, millions of views, and you got every different angle you can hit on it. Dan Hurley's mom with the holy bleeping bleep in the crowd. John Shire paired up side by side with how the play is going, and he's telling Caden Boozer to advance it. Dan Hurley on the sideline, who then basically headbutt nudges the referee. Incredibly lucky he didn't get teed up and lose the game for his team. Different crowd shots, the shot of Iron Eagle and Raff and Grant Hill. I mean, literally, I've seen like 83 different angles of that final play. And I think the biggest debate I've encountered today is whose fault is it and what should have been the decision from Caden Boozer. And so I don't blame John Shire for drawing up that final play. It was a pretty damn good call on a press break. They knew, UConn hits free throws to get it to 72-70. There's 10 seconds left to go. So Duke's inbounding the ball, and UConn's obviously got to foul or force a turnover. And so Duke knows it's an all-out full court press. And if they don't get the ball, then they're fouling them. And Duke's got a chance to essentially ice the game at the free throw line. Now they weren't in the double bonus, so it was 1-1. So keep that in mind. And I thought John Shire drew up a pretty damn good call. It goes to Cam Boozer. He passes it back to the guy who inbounded it. They get it to Caden Boozer, and then Duke's got 2 guys butt naked open in the front court near the basket that they were shooting at all half. 2 guys butt naked open. Because UConn at that point, it was desperation. If they didn't get the turnover in the first 2-3 seconds, you have to foul. And so when it goes to Caden Boozer at midcourt, you have 2 UConn defenders that just rush him. But you had 2 Duke players wide open. If he completes that pass that he ends up throwing into UConn defenders' hands and it gets deflected and the rest is history, if he completes that pass, the game is over. The game's over. I saw a screenshot of when it happened. There was 6 seconds left. If he gets rid of the ball to one of his teammates in the front court, UConn's defenders that just raced to him would have to turn around, sprint to one of the Duke players, and hope that they grab him within 4 seconds? Would have been very unlikely. So the play draw up from John Shire was actually smart. It was genius. It should have worked. It came down to a freshman not executing. It's Caden Boozer's fault. They lost. Now, look, it's Caden Boozer's fault on the final play. It's John Shire's fault they lost. It's Caden Boozer's fault for the final play. He puts the ball on the deck. He takes a dribble, and then he gets swarmed. And even then, all he has to do is just lob it into the air. There was nobody around either of his teammates. You lob it over their heads, the game is over. Instead, he panics, and he barely gets the ball off before the UConn defenders, kind of like a tidal wave rising over him, jump and deflect the ball. And they show the side-by-side. You could see a video on social media, the side-by-side. John Shire's like mouthing like what he's hoping for his team to do, like scripting what he wants them to do. While the play's going on, he's like, yeah, pass it forward, pass it forward. Now, obviously, these players, they can't keep an eye on their coach when there's 20,000 fans screaming. The game's moving a mile a minute. Your heart is pounding at 190 beats per minute. It's the final play of the game. You're not looking at your coach for the instructions when things are moving that fast, but that's a scenario you've been coached, you've been taught, you've gone over in practice dozens of times. You have to execute. Just like you practice anything else, you have to execute. They practice press breaks all the time. So the play call was there. It was a great play call. A great setup. It was on Caden Boozer. If he didn't panic, again, here's the other thing. It's people saying, oh, well, he should have held the ball. Caden Boozer should have held the ball. No, he shouldn't have. Because there was one thing only, that guaranteed you a win if you're Duke. And that is to complete that pass that Caden Boozer could not complete. There was that was the only thing that guaranteed you a win. Holding on to the ball if you're Caden Boozer doesn't guarantee you the win. Because you could say, well, Pat, he would have to be guarded for 5 seconds before a turnover. Okay, in theory, yes. Also, you think the two defenders were just going to stand there and not try to rip the ball out of his hands? Well, Pat, they would have fouled him. Okay. Duke was in the 1-and-1. Duke was not in the double bonus. Now, sure, yeah. Oh, well, make your free throws. It's college basketball. The biggest moment of these kids' lives. You're telling me you guarantee that he makes both of the free throws? He makes one. It's a 3-point game. UConn's got a chance to race down the floor and take a three to tie it. He makes both. Okay, yeah, then you probably win. What's the chances he would have made both? I don't even care what his free throw percentage was on the season. I don't care if it was 85%, 80%. It doesn't matter. Completely different scenario. Nobody's an 85% free throw shooter when there's 6 seconds left and your season's on the line. And you can't even hear yourself think. And also, that's if UConn fouled him. They had him double teamed. He could have easily fumbled the ball away. They could have knocked it out of his hands cleanly. Refs are much less inclined to call fouls in the last few seconds of a game. Braylon Mullins could have got his hands on it, could have got a jump ball, could have got a tie-up. I forget off the top of my head who had the possession arrow, but still, it would have forced Duke to, even if it was in Duke's favor, it would have forced him to inbound the ball again. So Caden Boozer should have just held on to it. No. Because there were multiple things that could have gone wrong, and there was one thing that guaranteed you the win. And that is Caden Boozer executing on the play that was clearly drawn up, that they had clearly practiced on, and just making one more pass. And John Shire is not wrong for, on the sideline, basically mouthing that Caden Boozer should be doing that. That was the right play. That was the right call. We had Ben McCollum on earlier in the show, the Iowa head coach, who took the Hawkeyes to the Elite Eight. They fell to Illinois, but it was a hell of a season. Brad and I were so pumped that we had Ben McCollum on the show. I asked him about it, that final play. He goes, well, the letter of the law is, when you're facing a press, you want to beat the press. You want to advance the ball into the front court. He goes, but, in that scenario, could he have held on to it? In that worst case scenario, get fouled, and, you hope he hit his free throws. Yeah, he goes, but Ben McCollum did say the letter of the law that coaches always go to, or coaches should be preaching, is to break the press. So I just wanted to clear that up. Now, when it comes to that's the only pass I'll give John Shire. Because how Duke for the second straight year has melted down is beyond me. And going into this weekend, I said John Shire's got a lot to prove, man, because I am not sold on him. I am not sold on him. And I look back at last year's team that had Cooper Flagg, it had Con Knipple, it had Kaman Malawach, 3 top 10 picks in the NBA draft. Cooper Flagg is crushing it with the Dallas Mavericks, and Con Knipple, he probably is going to win the Rookie of the Year because Cooper Flagg was hurt for a decent stretch of this season, and Con Knipple leads the NBA in threes. You had those guys on the same team, and they blew a 14-point lead last year to Houston, where John Shire obviously hadn't coached them fully on how to beat a full court press because that's all Houston threw at them for the final 5 minutes of the game. And they forced multiple turnovers. And they couldn't hit their free throws. That was last year. Yesterday, they blew a 19-point lead. And it felt like, to me, Duke took their foot off the gas, that they got arrogant. Sure, UConn stepped up, and UConn hit a couple of threes. UConn really didn't start hitting threes until the last 3 minutes of the game when it was pure desperation mode. UConn started the game 1 for 18 from deep. Then they hit 4 out of their last 5, which again, all came in like the last 3 minutes. Your team, the team that you were playing was 1 for 18 from deep, and you couldn't put that team away. That's a joke. That's pathetic. That's a disgrace. And yes, last year's Duke team, in my opinion, was way more talented, which is, I think, why last year's failure was even greater than this, because the fact that Duke didn't win the national title, that's a bad coaching job by John Shire. Now, this year's team wasn't as talented, in my opinion, but still, you're up by 19, and the team you're playing can't hit a 3 to save their life, and you can't put the game away? You know, the adjustments UConn started making, they started getting more second chance opportunities. Duke's shot selection wasn't as good. They started turning the ball over. And then, yeah, it was once again the full court press that got him. It wasn't as bad as it was last year against Houston, but still, it is the same thing that you end up getting beat on. But for me, it just felt like Duke took their foot off the gas. And after the nightmares that John Shire must have been having last year, blowing that lead to Houston, how you let it happen again? I mean, if he wasn't Coach K's picked successor and he wasn't 38 years old, I'd say we'd be having a debate about whether John Shire's coming back to Durham next year. And look down Tobacco Road. Hubert Davis is gone. That was Roy Williams' picked successor. He was on the staff for 10 years. He's only been there 1 more year than John Shire. Hubert Davis at least had a national championship appearance to show for it. John Shire's got 3 straight Elite Eights. He's got a Final Four. That's it. He's got 2 massive blown leads under his belt. Next year, we'll be in the same scenario. Duke will be a 1 seed again because they can recruit. John Shire can recruit. They obviously know how to handle the transfer portal. They obviously know how to get some of the top freshmen in the country to come and play for them, NBA draft prospects. I mean, it's Duke. Like I said about North Carolina, when I advocated for North Carolina to move on from Hubert Davis, the product sells itself. The brand sells itself. Not like John Shire is out here grinding away, in Prairie Bluff. Was that in Iowa? Or Pine Bluff, Arkansas, trying to get a couple of transfers to come to his school and take a shot on him and take a gamble on a couple of kids to, have a big season. It's Duke. They come to you. You rarely have to sell Duke, other than for the kids that have that can't decide between Duke, UNC, Michigan State, UConn, and Kentucky. Oh, well, here's why you should come to Duke. And other than what? The money? We'll pay an extra $1 million. The X's and O's, it's not there yet for John Shire. It wasn't there last year because they literally did not know how to break a full court press. And St. John's threw it at him all game on Friday, and I give them credit that they didn't lose to St. John's. They were down by 10 in the second half. And from the very get-go, that's all Pitino did, was throw the full court press at him. And I said on Friday night show, because the game ended, right? It was what, 9:45, 10 o'clock Eastern? So I was still on the air, and I said, I give John Shire a lot of credit for this one. He needed to win this game. And then he turns around and blows a 19-point lead to UConn. So we'll be in the same scenario next year. Duke will be a 1 seed probably. They'll probably be 30-2 or 29-3. And they'll be picked to win in 15 to 20% of people's brackets around the country. And they'll probably get to the Elite Eight. Maybe they'll get to the Final Four. But they won't win a national championship until John Shire continues to evolve as a coach. He's going into year 5. How much longer does he get to essentially learn on the job? He's 4 years in. And I still think he shows tendencies of a rookie head coach at times. And I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I don't know what goes on in the locker room. I'm sure he's got a tremendous relationship with the players. I'm sure he's pretty damn good at connecting with the guys because he is younger. But 19-point lead, blown. 14-point lead, blown. Last 2 years, couldn't break a full court press. They were better at it this year, but it's ultimately the full court press that dooms them again. Turning the ball over in the second half. Sooner or later, that's not just a fluke. It becomes a pattern. And so I blame John Shire for another epic Duke meltdown. I don't blame him for the final play at all. But how many more times can it happen before you finally learn from it? And I get the players are different every year, but as a head coach, whatever the teaching practices are, whatever the practices that you run, hey, final 2 minutes, full court press, we need to break this. Otherwise, guys, we've blown 2 games the last 2 years. I refuse to let it happen again. I need to see that next year now from John Shire. And I'm not going to be the guy that if Duke is 17-0 next year saying, well, I'm not going to buy into him yet because of March, because of what happened the last 2 years in the tournament. I'm not going to be the guy that says, well, hold on, they're 20-0 or they're 20-1. They're winning by an average of 15 points a game. Yeah, talk to me in March. I'm not going to be that guy. But just know that when next March rolls around, I'll be here. I'll be here. And I will be a non-believer in the Duke Blue Devils in the tournament next year until I finally see them put a game away. Because that's 2 straight years. 2 epic collapses that you maybe only see once every 10 years for a lot of other big-time schools. And it's starting to become the norm for Duke. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, I've got other thoughts on the big games from this past weekend as the Final Four field is set and why Illinois might just be the team that wins it all. They might just be. And is Arizona-Michigan the pseudo-national championship game coming up this weekend in the Final Four? We'll discuss both of those and your phone calls. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
How last season went, with Brown publicly feuding with Jalen Hurts, and Brown acting like, like a lovesick teenager with posts on Instagram and posts on Twitter. And you can act like a petulant child if you're balling out and you're winning games and you're winning a Super Bowl. Then you can get away with a lot of stuff. But if you're dropping passes in the biggest game of the season, like he did in the wild card loss at home against a injury-riddled and overmatched Niners team, you can't get away with it. I came on the air the Monday after wild card weekend and led the show and said that A.J. Brown and the Eagles need to part ways. This is no longer tenable. You can say it's more Jalen Hurts' fault. It doesn't matter. Hurts won Super Bowl MVP last year. He ain't going anywhere. so you trade the receiver. And I think this is definitely going to happen. So the first reason why I think it's going to happen is that it makes sense that it happens. But look, lots of things make sense in life and don't happen, in sports and otherwise. The other reason why I believe it's going to happen is because there's been tons of reporting around it already. That the Patriots have made an offer that the Eagles turned down. That the Rams, Jordan Rodriguez of The Athletic reporting that along with Diana Rossini, that the Rams were interested in trading for A.J. Brown and then swung the move for Trent McDuffie, which, by the way, I don't think takes the Rams out of the sweepstakes for A.J. Brown. Just saying. Maybe makes it less likely. I don't necessarily think they're out of the running. This all wouldn't be out there, right? And reported in the fashion that it is, if it were just the Eagles saying no and lose our number. That's not what it is. So to me, my translation of all of this is we're going to hold on to A.J. Brown until we get the offer that we want to accept. And as time goes on, that offer is probably going to be less and less from other teams. My sense is that the Eagles will make a trade, designated as a post-June 1, because it helps financially, and I do think A.J. Brown will be playing elsewhere next season, regardless of whatever Howie Roseman says publicly or privately right now. And he's talking a lot publicly right now at the league meetings in Arizona. The real big story coming out of opening weekend in Major League Baseball, ABS, where we are seeing balls and strikes challenged a ton, and generally the umpire being proven to be wrong. Most notably in the Reds-Red Sox game this weekend, where on back-to-back pitches, Eugenio Suarez challenges two horrific CB Buckner calls and is proven right on both of them. And the crowd at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, this is like the loudest anyone's cheered in Cincinnati since and I know the game was in Arrowhead, since the Bengals beat the Chiefs in the 2021 AFC Championship game. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for Buckner being wrong on both of those calls. Now, CB Buckner is widely considered to be, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's right, one of the worst umpires in Major League Baseball. And has a terrible reputation for years. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I don't know him personally, but not the best umpire. I love ABS. I think this is so great. It adds this extra layer of fun and suspense to the proceedings. And as the season goes on, we are going to see it be employed even more strategically than it is now. There was a sequence in a Cubs game over the weekend with Nico Horner, right, where he probably should have challenged a ball that would have loaded the bases, and he doesn't, and then he ends up grounding into a double play afterwards. Just as an example, right, where people are asking, do you want to hold it for the very end of the game? When do you employ the challenge, right? I think it's so interesting, and I think will be a very entertaining subplot to what I think could be one of the best MLB regular seasons we've had in a long time. And if you have a pie chart of blame, right, we're trying to figure out who deserves the blame for Duke losing this game in ridiculous fashion to the Connecticut Huskies. I don't know how it's possible.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
I got 5 on it. Oh, that hits every time. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Who do you blame for Duke's loss yesterday, blowing a 19-point lead to UConn? And are you like me? Are you now a non-believer in John Shire? I don't believe he can win a national title. Until I see otherwise, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to be picking Duke next year in my bracket. I don't care if they go 32-0 in the regular season. I won't be picking the Blue Devils because I do not trust them in March. I didn't pick them to win the championship last year. I had them in the final, and then they melted down and lost to Houston. And I said, that's it. I'm not picking Duke anymore. I don't care. So I got some other thoughts on the Final Four, though. We'll get you some updates on some scores here next segment, but I wanted to make sure I work through all these games here and give each of them the love that they deserve. Let's start with the other game yesterday because it was a blowout. There's not a ton to say about it. Michigan just dominated Tennessee, and I'm not surprised. Tennessee didn't have the size. They had the one thing that they had was that they're one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country, and they got 19 offensive rebounds, so they lived true to their stature. Like, they lived up to their identity. The Tennessee Volunteers did. They just couldn't convert into second chance points. They couldn't do it. They were incapable of doing it. They couldn't hit threes. Again, the rebounding department was tied 42-42, and Michigan only had 8 offensive rebounds. Tennessee had 19 of them, and they only scored 62 points. So, they couldn't hit threes. 5 of 26. 19% from deep against a team like Michigan. That was the one way that you beat the Wolverines, is that you get hot from three. And if they were able to get all those second chance opportunities and hit some threes, they would have been able to keep it close, but they couldn't. Nate Ament, who is, I still think he's probably safely inside the top 15 of the NBA draft. He's definitely going to be a first-round draft pick. He needs to get stronger. He needs to get way stronger. He needs to do a much better job with his decision-making, and he needs to get better on defense. He's very raw, and so Nate Ament, Tennessee's star freshman, who's 6'10", big kid, but, he had a brutal day against Michigan. He only had 7 points, 2 of 12 shooting, so that is somebody that if you hear his name right around the NBA draft this summer, and it's like, wow, I feel like I remember him having a terrible game against Michigan. Yeah, the Wolverines are also one of the best defenses in the country, and they've got size out the wazoo, and they've got NBA players, of course. But it might take him 2-3 years to find his footing in the NBA. But when he does, he's got the shot. He's got the post play. He's got the mid-range jump shot. He just, his game needs a lot of improvement, and he was kind of lost at bay. If not for Jacoby Gillespie, who scored 21 for Tennessee, this game would have been over at half. It was over at halftime. It would have been over in the first 10 minutes. For Michigan, I had them in the Final Four, and I said the entire time before the tournament started, if they play Arizona, that's going to be the game of the tournament. And I'll get to that game in just a bit, but here we are. Michigan runs through their region, no problem at all. And Arizona gets through their region largely, basically unscathed, barely trailed. They didn't even trail in a game until against Purdue. But for Michigan, I think specifically the conversation about the Wolverines is Yaxel Lendeborg the best player left in the tournament? And that's what I want to know from you. You want to call in 310-840-4910. Who's the best player in the Final Four? I think it's Yaxel Lendeborg. I don't know if he'll be the most NBA ready. Keaton Wagler will probably get drafted in the top 10. Yaxel Lendeborg might crack the top 10, but he's probably not going to get drafted ahead of Keaton Wagler. But in terms of who's the best college basketball player, who's got the biggest impact on these games, game in and game out, it's Yaxel Lendeborg for me. He's the best player in the Final Four. Arizona's got a bunch of great players. Braden Berries, Jaden Bradley, Ivan Karchenkov, Koa Pete, star-studded freshman, Mati Krivas. But Arizona is a sum of its parts. And so is Michigan, but Michigan, they've got the best player in any of these games. UConn's got Terrace Reed. Alex Caravan he's a veteran. Not the best player on the floor. He won't be the best player on the floor in any of these games. And then Illinois, it's Keaton Wagler is their best player. He's probably the second best player in the Final Four, is Keaton Wagler from Illinois. Yaxel Lendeborg's best player left in the tournament. 27 points in this game last night. 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks. Against Alabama in the Elite Eight, or in the Sweet 16, 23 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists. Against St. Louis in the second round, 25 points, 6 rebounds. The last 3, and he only scored 9 against Howard, but didn't really need him. He only played 27 minutes. He didn't play much in the second half. So in the last 3 games against decent competition, Yaxel Lendeborg's averaging 25 points, almost 9 rebounds, and over 4 assists. That's absurd. Those are absurd numbers. And on top of that, he's an awesome defender. Excellent defender. He can defend the perimeter. He can defend the best scorer on the other team, and he can defend the rim at 6'9", 240 pounds. Yaxel Lendeborg's best player left in the tournament. And that it's going to be a hell of a game because I picked Arizona to win the title. Michigan's got the best player on the floor. Coaching matchup, I think it's 50-50, Tommy Lloyd and Dusty May. Dusty May's got more, recent success, having taken FAU to the Final Four. But for me, there isn't much of a debate. We can have it if you want at 310-840-4910. But Yaxel Lendeborg of Michigan is the best player in the Final Four this weekend. Okay, let's go back to Saturday here. Let's talk about Arizona because this was sweaty for a little bit. Purdue got hot in the beginning of the game, and that was the thing. I never really worried about Arizona scoring against Purdue because their defense isn't that good, Purdue's, and Arizona had the size. It was, all right, can Purdue knock down some threes early on and make this game, turn this game into a bit of a track meet? And Purdue was scoring early. Braden Smith was awesome. He only ended up finishing with 13 points and 7 assists. He kind of disappeared in the second half of this game, but in the beginning, he was cooking. And Oscar Clough was winning the battle of the big men against Mati Krivas. Purdue's big man, Oscar Clough. So Purdue, you draw up the keys of what they needed to do. They were checking them off all one by one in the first half. They went to the halftime break with a 38-31 lead. And then things changed pretty quickly in the second half. Purdue's threes stopped going in because Arizona defended them, with their lives. And Purdue, with their lack of size and the rebounding was 50-50, but I feel like the key possessions in this one, when Arizona went on a run, they were dominating the glass. But it's Purdue's lack of size. They couldn't stop fouling Arizona. Arizona just kept taking it to the cup, kept finding ways to get into the cup. All those little off-ball screens and those handoffs and that motion offense that they run so well on the perimeter, and then they just attack the rim. And unless you got the speed or the strength to keep up with them, they're getting to the bucket. And Arizona just kept getting to the bucket. And Purdue had no choice but to keep fouling them. And so Arizona got to the free throw line 22 times. They have an off shooting night at the free throw line. They only shoot 70%, which is not terrible. It's decent. They only shoot 60%. Hell, they shoot 50%, which we've seen plenty of good teams do here in this tournament. This is a much different ballgame. Arizona went 20 of 22 from the free throw line, 91%. And their best players stepped up in the second half. Koa Pete, the freshman, 20 points. All of them from 2-point range or the free throw line. Ivan Karchenkov, their best defender, one of the best defenders in the country, and elite at getting to the bucket, 18 points, all of them from twos or free throws. Jaden Bradley, 14 points, all of them for twos or at the free throw line. The big reason I picked Arizona to win the title before the tournament began, they don't rely on the three ball. They don't need it. They don't need it. They had 5 of them. 4 of them came from Braden Berries. Yeah, they're nice. I mean, you know, I don't know if you're going to win a title without hitting any three-pointers, but they only make like 4 or 5 a game. They don't shoot many. They don't need them. They play elite defense, and their defense clamped down in the second half. Purdue Purdue was operating at an A+ efficiency. They went down to like a B-. That was it. And Arizona took over. They are the most complete team in the country. Michigan might have the best player in Yaxel Lendeborg. I might even give Michigan starting 5 the slight edge, the slightest of edges. But Arizona, you swap Monty Krivas, their big man who had 12 rebounds and a block. You get him off the floor. Who's coming in? The Big 12 Player of the Year, Tobe Awaka. Who's coming off the bench for Arizona? Anthony Del Orso, who can ring up threes like they're going out of style. And he only hit 1. But that option is there. He's had a couple of 20-point games this year for Arizona. They are the most complete team in the country. And so, yeah, I think no disrespect to UConn, no disrespect to Illinois, but whoever wins between Michigan and Arizona on Saturday in Indy is winning the title. It's the pseudo-national championship game. Because they're the 2 best teams in the country. They've been the 2 best teams in the country, in my opinion, all year long. Because, again, part of me didn't believe in Duke. And I thought the Big Ten was a beast this year, and the Big 12 was a beast, so they were the top of both of those conferences. It's a shame that Michigan or Arizona, that they were on the same side of the bracket. Because that should be the national championship game. And instead, it's the Final Four. But I think whoever wins this game is winning the title. And again, I got a lot of love and a lot of respect for Dan Hurley. And I told Brad earlier in the show, he's an Illinois season ticket holder. The way that Illinois is playing right now, they're playing like a 1 seed. They're not playing like a 3 seed. They're playing like before the tournament began. If you saw the way they played these last 2 games, you'd be picking them to get to the Final Four. And I know a lot of people did, but like they're playing their best ball. I still think the winner of Michigan-Arizona is winning the title. So, and then we talked about it in the open, but I think Illinois, to give them even more credit, I think they would have beaten Florida anyway. Because they had the size to match up with Florida. The Gators' front court was their strength. Florida's guards, Boogie Flan and Xavier Lee, they were good. And they were hitting their shots when it mattered, but against a team like Illinois, that size would have been a massive disadvantage. It would have been a massive advantage for Illinois. And the Illini, I said Arizona's got the most complete team in the country. Illinois might just straight up have the deepest team in the country. Well, you got like 4 or 5 guys coming off the bench that can play at a legit level. I think the best case scenario, I think the best game that you could hope for a title game is Arizona-Illinois. I think that if you're a neutral supporter, if your bracket's done, maybe you pick Florida, maybe you picked Houston, or maybe you picked Arizona and you want to see the best game possible. Arizona-Illinois is probably the best title game we could possibly get. I know there's a lot of folks that think Michigan should be a bigger favorite. I don't see it. Sorry, I don't see it. Because they crushed Tennessee. I don't see it. I think Arizona is going to prove a lot of people wrong that like Michigan this weekend. All right, we're going to take a short break. Number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Don't go anywhere. Coming right back. We'll get you updated. A lot of very, very eye-opening scores to get you caught up on in the world of sports. We'll do that when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
And if you have a pie chart of blame, right, we're trying to figure out who deserves the blame for Duke losing this game in ridiculous fashion to the Connecticut Huskies. I don't know how it's possible that the lion's share of it doesn't go to the Duke head coach, Jon Scheyer. Now, before I really criticize Jon Scheyer, which is about to happen, this needs to be said, right? Because we always want to be fair here on the show. We want to call it like it is. We want to be able to criticize when appropriate, but also give credit where appropriate. Jon Scheyer is a really good coach. He is not a bad coach at all. 11-4 in the NCAA tournament is Jon Scheyer. Like, they've been to 3 Elite Eights in 4 seasons, went to a Final Four. Like, you can argue last year had the best team. You could argue this year Duke had the best team. And there's something to be said for that, right? And, you'll sign up for this if you're a Duke fan. Like being in these spots at the end of the season every year. And I'll also throw out there that if I told you that Jon Scheyer's going to coach at Duke for another 20 years, let's say, and maybe it's longer, maybe it's shorter, he's probably going to win a national championship. Like, that's probably going to happen. If Duke keeps spending money like they are with NIL, keeps recruiting, keeps getting these great players, these star-studded teams, like, they're probably going to, not definitely, but again, think about it, right? They're probably going to win a national championship. Not definitely, but I think they will probably win one under Jon Scheyer. But until then, he's going to have to face these allegations. And the allegations are that he is not a big game coach and doesn't have what it takes to coax a victory out of his team at the ends of these games when the bleep's hitting the fan and everything's going wrong and the other team's going nuts and the crowd is behind the other team because everybody hates Duke. He's going to have a hard time beating these allegations. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because now we've seen it happen 2 consecutive years with Jon Scheyer with these tournament collapses. And it's incredible to me, and it really shouldn't be. And I'm not claiming to know who's at fault, if the refs are at fault, or if the NFL's at fault. To me, like, it really doesn't make a difference. Here's what I know. The NFL should be above things like this, right? They should be above it. Should find a way to figure it out. The NFL doesn't care. And I don't know how many times we collectively as fans need to be reminded that the NFL doesn't care. And the reason why the NFL doesn't care, and frankly, doesn't really have to care, is because we, and I'll put myself at the front of the line, I'm at the front of the line, I'm holding the flag. In the Nathaniel Hawthorne book, The Scarlet Letter, the main character has to wear a scarlet letter A, and the A stands for adultery. Present day, we are wearing the scarlet letter A as NFL fans, and the A stands here for addicts, because we are hopelessly addicted to the National Football League. They could play games on Christmas. There'll be a game on Easter at some point, even though it's in the middle of the offseason. It doesn't make a difference. Every day of the week, doesn't matter. Referees can be terrible. Doesn't make a difference. We are all hopelessly addicted to the National Football League, and I am at the front of the line. There could be replacement refs, and guess what? I'm watching every game. I'm playing fantasy. I'm playing daily fantasy. I'm betting the games. I'm not stopping. And I'm guessing you won't either.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Yeah, I got you covered with plenty of loud opinions. That's for damn sure. Late games, yeah, we've got you covered on those as well. Going to give you some updates here on the biggest games of the night on this Monday, March 30th. We might not have men's March Madness. We have the Final Four set. That's fine. We got plenty of baseball, plenty of hoops. Women's March Madness, the Final Four is almost set. And the first Monday of Major League Baseball. So welcome on back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's start in the NBA because we got one final score. And if you're not, if you're like, all right, playoffs are 2 weeks away, I'll start paying attention now. I'm not a big fan of the NBA. That's fine. So the 76ers, they've kind of been sticking around the top 6 of the Eastern Conference all year. And remember, top 6 straight up make the playoffs. And then you got 7 through 10 in the play-in tournament to see who the 7 seed and the 8 seed will be. So the Sixers have been kind of hanging around that top 6 all year. Then Joel Embiid has missed like 15 of the last 17 games. Paul George got suspended like 2 months ago for PEDs. Yeah, literally. And Tyrese Maxey had a tendon injury in his right pinky. He's missed the last like 3 weeks. All those guys are back now. This would be a time where you get the delusional believers in the 76ers to tell you, well, hold on. If Embiid can stay healthy and 76ers can win the East. Well, they won their last 2 games with all 3 of these guys back. They lost to the Heat tonight, 119-109. Tyrese Maxey was actually pretty disappointing. 23 points, but on 7 of 20 shooting. Joel Embiid, by the way, 26 points on 10 of 25 shooting. So neither of those guys shot the ball all that well. And, Miami Heat, they play the fastest in the NBA. They score the most points in the NBA. I don't think they're that good of a team, but they can, they're playing specialists. And tonight, Tyler Hero scored 30 points. Bam Adebayo had 23 and 16. And so with the playoff implications that win poses, the Miami Heat move up to the 9 seed. The Sixers drop. They were the 7 seed. They drop another half game. So the Atlanta Hawks are the 6 seed right now. Sixers are a game back. And the Heat are 2.5 games back. And those 2 teams have either 6 or 7 games left to play. So that was a big win for the Heat. If this is their last push to try to avoid the play-in tournament, they've got to probably win 5 of their last 6 games to have a chance. And for the Sixers, that's a massive blow for them. If they wanted to avoid the play-in tournament. It just went final in Atlanta. The Hawks get revenge. They beat the Celtics 112-102. No Jason Tatum tonight for the Celtics, and the supporting cast largely struggled. Derek White only had 7 points. Peyton Pritchard, the reigning 6th man off the bench, had 16 points. Jaylen Brown did have 29 points, and he was an assist away from a triple-double. Here's the kicker. He shot 9 of 29 from the field. He missed 20 shots. Hawks had a balanced attack. All 5 starters scored at least 14 points. So look, Atlanta Hawks, man, it's getting harder and harder to not believe that this team might be capable of something. And I'll say it again, as a Knicks fan, as a diehard Knicks fan, there's a couple of teams right now that could be the 6th seed that I got to admit I'm a little afraid of. The Atlanta Hawks have now won, 14 of their last 16 games? 15 of their last 17? And if the Hornets were to ever sneak in, I'm definitely terrified of the Charlotte Hornets. But the Hawks, with that win, they're now 43-33. And so they now even move a game and a half clear of the Sixers. And the Celtics now only have a 2-game cushion on my Knicks, and they're 4.5 games back of the Pistons with only 7 games left. So it looks more and more likely that Detroit is going to hold on for the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. All right. And then you got 1 game live right now that is worth mentioning, and that is the Thunder and the Pistons. The only thing for Detroit, they're basically sitting everybody. Cade Cunningham's got that collapsed lung. They're sitting Duncan Robinson. They're sitting their all-star Jalen Duren. They're sitting Tobias Harris. and the Thunder are missing a couple of starters as well. So this game did lose some luster because it's number one versus number one in the East and the West, but a lot of the stars not playing. Typical. NBA had a chance to really have a big night, and nope, not going to happen. Thunder lead at 15-14 midway through the first quarter. And then really quickly, a couple of, let's actually hit the women's tournament here. Mentioned earlier in the show, Texas was blown out Michigan. How about this final score? This was the number one versus the number two seed in the Elite Eight. Texas beats Michigan 77-41. So the Lady Longhorns are onto the Final Four. And right now, Dawn Staley's South Carolina Gamecocks, massive favorites. They were like 15, 16-point favorites against TCU. The Horned Frogs hanging tough. 27-22, South Carolina leads it right now with 4 minutes left to go in the second quarter. The Final Four, you got Texas versus UCLA. Those are 2-1 seeds. And you'll likely have UConn, South Carolina. You will likely have all 4 1 seeds in the Final Four for the women. All right, when we come back, how did you enjoy the first weekend of the ABS Challenge system? We'll talk baseball. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Roy Williams, but before he went to North Carolina with Kansas, can Roy Williams ever win the big one? Managed to win 3 as the head coach of North Carolina. Hell, even Coach K. And I know there are a lot of younger sports fans that probably need to be reminded of this, because when you were growing up, the legend of Coach K had already been truly established. Coach K lost in 4 Final Fours before he won his first national championship with Duke in 1991. 86 title game, losing in a nail-biter to Purvis Ellison and Louisville. 1988, losing in the Final Four to Larry Brown, Danny Manning, and eventual national champion, Kansas. 1989, with maybe the best team in the country, gets railroaded by P.J. Carlissimo. Westwood One college basketball analyst will join us later this week, and they got jobbed in the 89 title game against Michigan. Got railroaded by Seton Hall in the national semifinal in 1989, and then run off the court by UNLV in the 1990 title game. Now, Duke would get revenge the next year in the national semifinal against the Runnin' Rebels and win the first championship under Coach K. But that's 4 Final Four losses for Mike Krzyzewski before Duke summited the top of the mountain and won a national championship. It is what it is till it ain't. So John Shire, I think, likely will win a national championship with Duke. But until then, the questions are going to be there. People like me are going to ask it, even if I think he'll do it. We have to ask the question. Because again now, this is twice in 2 years where these are unacceptable losses, whether you're a Duke fan or not, whether you bet Duke or not, whether you pick Duke in your bracket or not. You have to acknowledge, if you watched last year against Houston, and then you watched yesterday against Connecticut, these are unacceptable losses for any team to have, much less a team with the talent that Duke had last year with Flagg and Knipple, that Duke has this year with Cam Boozer and company. Absolutely unacceptable for the Duke Blue Devils.
Couple that with one of the best freshmen in the country that I still don't think, even after that performance, people are talking enough about in Wagler. I mean, he is unbelievable. Remember this, Boswell missed some time. He missed some time with an injury. He was playing like one of the best players in the Big Ten. Now they've got him back. He was in there in crunch time defensively in that win the other night. with all the size that they have, with a superstar freshman in Wagler, this is the team that I said could win that region, but also I would not be shocked if they're cutting the nets down. I'm not saying I'm picking them, but I'm just saying that everyone wants to talk about Michigan, Arizona. That's the national championship game. No. You can't count out those other two teams. One of the teams has won 2 out of the last 3 national championships, and the other team has a roster and a superstar freshman that has positional size, length, and they defend at a high level. And oh, by the way, a kid named Stojakovic, whose dad was one of the best three-point shooters in the history of the NBA, he's not that. He's the guy that puts pressure on the paint. They make a ton of threes, and he's a guy that gets in the lane, finishes at the rim. Watch out for Illinois.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 begins right now. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 8 p.m. Pacific. We are nightly Central Sports Hub, giving you the best opinions, keeping you updated on the biggest games all throughout the night, and giving you the instant post-game reaction that you need to hear. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Here is this from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. Okay, we'll get you some score updates on Monday night Major League Baseball in just a bit, but the first weekend of the season's in the books. And last year, I don't know if you guys remember, it was all about the torpedo bats that had taken over baseball. The Yankees, putting up 50 runs on the Brewers. It wasn't 50, but it felt like 50 with these torpedo bats. Anthony Volpe was going deep, and he's not very good, Anthony Volpe. He hasn't been very good for the last couple of years, so it's like, whoa, what's going on? Is this these steroids? Are these bats legal? What are these torpedo bats? They're shaped like they're all shaped weird. What is this? Are they juicing the balls? Are we going to have 15 runs? No. And then it all died down very quickly. Remember that? Literally, first weekend, we were like, dude, these torpedo bats, they're changing the game. I was like, they're not new. And very quickly, kind of, the excitement died down. It was like by May, I remember, literally, it was like a month and a half into the season. And my one buddy goes, what happened to those torpedo bats? They banned them? I was like, no. I was like, it was like an outlier of a weekend. Like the technology behind the torpedo bats, it's cutting stuff. This year, the first weekend is about something that I don't think is going to die down. I mean, not on its impact in the game, and I sure as hell don't think the response from the crowd, the response from fans, the response from baseball fans around the country, it's not going to die down. That's ABS. The automatic ball strike challenge system that you get two teams get 2 challenges a game. You get an extra one if you get your challenge right. You get an extra one per extra inning. ABS was all the talk this whole weekend. For me, some of my group chats, some of my friends, the games that I watched, the clips I saw on social media, it was awesome. I love ABS, and I loved it before the season started. I was like, this is going to be the biggest thing since the pitch clock because umpires are terrible. And the sooner we stop letting them call balls and strikes, the better off the game will be. And again, I'm not the biggest, I can't stand where we are headed as a society with AI. Hey, Grok, can you tell me why 2 + 2 = 4? Stop asking AI everything. Stop. And it'll stop taking over so many of our jobs. So trust me, I hate that people rely so much on AI to do so many things to them. I get it from a practical standpoint. If you're an accountant, you're a lawyer, and it could do your job better than you can, yeah, you might as well use it, speed up your time. Like for simple tasks. Like what if, have a little free will. Anyway, sorry, I had to go off on that tangent. But like when it comes to baseball, when I want to watch a sport where I don't have to watch somebody behind the plate screw up 15, 20% of the time. And then just accept it as, well, that's the way it's always been. Baseball's always been this way. It's part of the game. Human element. We're going to get it wrong. Why? Why do we have to get it wrong? Why can't we get the balls and strike calls right? It's a wild concept, right? So going into the season, I loved it, man. And I pitched in college, and I played college baseball. And so I've had my fair share of umpires just being absolute dog ass, right? And they get a little bit better at the big league level, but they don't get that much better. So I'm sick and tired of watching games get screwed. Teams get screwed and players get screwed because of terrible calls. So I loved ABS before it even began, and I love it more now. I mean, it's awesome. Like, hopefully we're closer to fully automated strike zones than we were before. But the first weekend, I think it was tremendous. And here is just a little clip here that you're going to hear from Reds and Red Sox on Saturday. And this is courtesy of Reds TV. CB Buckner, one of the more infamously bad umpires. We don't have Angel Hernandez anymore, who is the king of the worst umpires to ever walk the earth. CB Buckner's pretty damn bad, and he had himself a rough day on Saturday during Reds and Red Sox. And here was a clip of him getting back-to-back pitches dead wrong with Eugenio Suarez at the plate. Listen to the crowd reaction.
Got him looking, challenge, immediate tap of the helmet. The Reds runners all hold.
Batter's challenging the pitch.
ABS powered by T-Mobile. That's out of the zone. The AB continues. ABS can be a lot of fun, Lark. It was called strike 3, end of inning. Now the 2-2. Called strike 3, tap the helmet again. He says it's off the plate away.
Batter's challenging the pitch.
Here we go. Outside. The loudest cheers of the game. The Reds have hit 2 homers. Come on, back-to-back challenges.
That's perfectly said right there. That's our guy, John Sadak. We had him on the show a couple of weeks ago. He literally nailed it. The loudest cheers of the game in a game where the Reds hit 2 homers have come on back-to-back challenges on bad strike 3 calls from CB Buckner, and Eugenio Suarez nailed both of them. The crowd loves it. It's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, I'm a big tennis fan, and before they have automated line calling now for every ball. But before that, when you had the line judges, you had Hawkeye, which they still use, but you could challenge a bad call. And you got the slow clap while it would wait to come up on the screen. And if you had an overturned call, it was like awesome. Like now we have it at a sport that millions and millions of people watch, that is mainstream in baseball. It's awesome. It's the right call. It's getting a call right. Eugenio Suarez would have struck out that could have dramatically impacted that game. That wasn't the only bad call CB Buckner had, by the way. He struck out, I think it was Trevor Story on a check swing, called him out without appealing down to the first base umpire. Like, why you would never just appeal down to the first base umpire on a check swing if you think the batter went around. Let the first base or the third base umpire make the call. And instead, CB Buckner, so quick to ring him up, he can't wait for it because he's got to be the star of the show. A freaking umpire. Rings up Trevor Story. Alex Cora runs out. He gets ejected. He gets banged from the game. And he said after the game, he goes, basically now he's got one job to do. And he had a rough day. Had a bad day. Like, God, man, these guys are terrible. These umpires are horrible. He is the definition of why the ABS at a minimum is needed in Major League Baseball. And we need fully automated strike zones. Fully automated strike zones. Let's see. I have some other. Oh, Sal Perez was awesome. I forget the name of the home plate umpire because I saw the clip on Saturday and then I lost it and I forget it. I was trying to search it before and I couldn't find it. But Salvador Perez literally schooled the home plate umpire in one of the Royals games over the weekend where he's framing a pitch at the bottom of the zone. Umpire calls it a ball, taps the helmet, turns it around. They go to ABS, strike, frames another pitch. Umpire calls it a ball, taps the helmet, Sal Perez. They go to the ABS, strike. It's like, I love it. I love it, man. These terrible umpires getting schooled on what the strike zone actually is. And again, it's not like, at least I didn't see any so far, that they're missing egregious right down the middle pitches. And we're talking about a game where it is so freaking damn hard to pitch and it's so damn hard to hit as it is already. So you got to make it easier, man. You got to take the bat out of the umpire's hands, so to speak. So I love ABS. I think it is not going to just die down like the torpedo bats did last year. It's going to be a thing all season. It's going to become strategy, how and where to use your challenge, how and where to use your challenges, how they can impact the game, how they can turn a game around, hell, how they can get a crowd into the ball game. I love it. Your thoughts on ABS? If you watched baseball this weekend, and I think there's only 2 teams that haven't challenged so far. I mean, I know we're only 4 games in. How could you telling me there's a couple teams that had no issues with the strike zone? Come on, I know not every umpire is terrible. How have we not found a way to issue one challenge? So, unless you were a fan of one of those teams that have not challenged yet, what did you think of ABS? Do you think it's a positive impact on the game? Take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix, who tells me that the home plate umpire was Doug Eddings in that Royals game. Thank you, Combs. And you've got an interesting take on a fix that Major League Baseball should immediately implement. Before you tell me that, though, what did you think of ABS the first weekend?
Well, I love the ABS system. I wish baseball would just, and I know why they don't, but I wish that they would just do the automated zones completely instead of the ABS. But the ABS adds a nice element to it. I mean, if you're going to continue to let these goofballs behind the plate call balls and strikes, then you at least have a challenge system in place that will help people out. I mean, Aaron Judge took advantage of it. I think it was on Saturday, might have been on Friday, where he challenges a pitch later on in the at bat, hits a home run, gets an added pitch because of the challenge. So I love the ABS. I think it's awesome. That crowd in Cincinnati, that's a March 28th game in Cincinnati, Ohio. And that crowd had a playoff atmosphere to it on the challenges. Beautiful stuff by Sadak with that call as well. And it's so much fun, man. I just love the fact that baseball is back, period, anyway. But yeah, the ABS is awesome. CB
All right,
Buckner,
so what's your
so
fix? What'd you say? The umpires not so much?
I said CB Buckner, not so much.
Oh, he's terrible. And the fact that he was like, he was irritated. Oh, how dare you challenge? And then he literally gets proven wrong seconds later. I love it. It's the instant karma that
29 missed calls CB Buckner had in that game. 88% accuracy in that game. It's
yeah, that's terrible. Like Major League Baseball umpires are like should be, and they're normally trained to be like 97, 98%. 88% is god awful.
Yeah,
God awful.
It's brutal.
And this is a guy umpiring the biggest games on the planet on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Anyways,
and the average for umpires is 94 to 96%. That's the average, according to MLB, the umpires strike card. I don't know if you have seen umpire scorecards.
Yes,
they average it out about 94 to
like
96% as the average. So 88% is just below average. So my fix for this is simple. If you're going to allow umpires to still call balls and strikes, which is beyond dumb, but if you're still going to do it anyway, there needs to be a system in place where if you are below 90%, you are still on the crew. Because they're never with the Umpires Association and the as strong of a union as they have, you're never going to be able to get them punished or fined or any of this other crap, which they should absolutely be. You should just not be able to work behind the plate ever again. If you're ever below 90%, you should never have a game where you are ever behind the plate ever again. You can still be on the crew, work first base, work second base, work third base, which CB Buckner is pretty bad there too, as was Angel Hernandez. But behind the plate, now there's you have the two challenges a game. He got challenged 8 times out of the 29 missed calls. He got challenged 8 times. I mean,
wow.
It's unbelievable that teams with 2 challenges are challenging you 8 times, and they're successfully keeping these challenges. It's so bad. But anything under 90%, you should never be able to call a game. If you're under 94%, which is the average, I think you should have a series or 2 taken away from you behind the plate.
Wow. So what if you have a really bad day? What if you're sick? And you're like, you know what, man, it wasn't enough to like not show up to the ballpark. But I'm sick right now. And it's, the way that these crews rotate, you normally do. You do first, second, third, home. And then I don't know how the crew travels. They just pick up from where they left off. If you're sick or you're under the weather and you have one bad day, you're telling me you should never be able to call balls and strikes the rest of the year?
If you are so sick that you can only get 88% of your calls right, I'm pretty sure I could have pneumonia and get on the field and have a better day than what CB Buckner had calling balls and strikes. It's atrocious what he was calling and the things that he was calling. To miss 29 calls behind the plate in a single game, like that alters the game. It alters players' batting averages. It alters players' totals, it alters ERAs, it alters everything. And you are affecting this game. You are affecting these guys. Some of these guys, not all of them, and I'll never boo-hoo for major league athletes who don't make, who at the least make $2 million a year. But some of these guys are playing for their next contract. And you're affecting that. You are affecting what they can make, the money that they could put in their pocket, just because, I don't, oh God, I've got to, you're going to challenge me now. And I love the fact that they have to sit there and watch these balls go down the plate and watch this review and watch the crowd, because some of these umpires need to be humbled, especially guys like CB Buckner. I remember a couple years, I've been arguing for this for 15 plus years in baseball because it's been needed. And I remember when I first started arguing it, it was a Red Sox game. Cubs weren't even involved. And I'm watching this game, and Joe West is behind the plate. And he calls a strike that is at Big Poppy's shins. And Poppy kind of looks at him and kind of shakes his head and then goes back to the at-bat. And then the very next pitch is even lower, and Joe West rings him up. David Ortiz puts his head down, and he walks to the dugout. In the dugout, he throws down his helmet, and Joe West ejects him. And then Big Poppy runs out to argue with Joe West because now he's ejected for, slamming his helmet in the dugout in his own space. And Joe West just stands there and smiles in his face. And that was the moment I was like, these Major League umpires feel like they are untouchable. They feel like they are untouchable. They feel like we are there to watch them, and that is just not the case. And that's why these guys, like, I love some of these guys being humble. There are some umpires that are really good behind the plate, and you're going to miss balls and strikes here and there. But 29 of them in a single game is unacceptable. And it needs to change. It needs to change rapidly.
I tell you who I hate, Laz Diaz. I hope specifically, you remember the game where Aaron Boone imitated him and then like lost his mind on Laz Diaz?
Yes.
I hope you get a Yankees game with Laz Diaz behind the plate and the Yankees challenge, like the game goes 15 innings, so they get an extra challenge each inning. I hope the Yankees go like 9 for 9 and Laz Diaz just like he can't take it.
Yeah.
He's terrible.
My favorite blow up of all time was Kyle Schwarber. When he blew up on why can't Angel Hernandez? When Angel Hernandez rings him up and Schwarber loses his mind and he's like you're high, you're low, you're outside, you're inside. And he's like, you suck for us, you suck for them. And he just like completely went off on Angel Hernandez. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen because Kyle Schwarber doesn't lose his mind very often. And when he did that, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
I got a couple of stats real quick. So our video producer, Monty, said in the show chat, just saw on a broadcast, through Sunday, 54% overturn rate. So the players are getting it right more often than not on challenges. And then here's a couple of stats for you. So most of the challenges are coming from hitters and the catchers. Mm-hmm. Pitchers, as you can imagine, probably not the right ones to challenge because they're the furthest away. There has been 175 challenges issued through, I believe that was through Sunday as well. 175 challenges issued, only 5 came from pitchers, and only 2 of them were successful. The most popular count. Do you know what the most popular count in the at-bat is to challenge, Combs?
The actual count, or I would say a 2-strike count would probably be the most
but the exact count. So, like, do you think it's 0-2, 1-2, 2-2,
I'd
3-2?
say probably 2-2.
You're right. The most popular count to challenge has been 2-2 because obviously it's either strike 3 or he runs it to a full count. And they've got this article from ESPN has the number of challenges by the count. 2-2, 27. First pitch of the at-bat is the second most popular at 25. I know, getting into a strike 1 hole or going up 1-0 is a big difference, but like it's only the first pitch. Anyway, so that was 25. Maybe because these batters think, wow, you're missing the first pitch. I got to challenge this. 1-1 had 22. Full count had 19. Then it was 0-1, then 2-1, then 1-2, 0-2, then 3-1, and then 1-0, 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah.
How about this? Favorite inning to challenge so far? What do you think?
Oh, gotta be the 5th or later. 7th?
Close. The 6th inning.
Okay.
26 challenges in the 6th inning. Top of the 9th has been the most popular half inning, but because, when the home team wins, there is no bottom of the 9th.
Yeah.
The 9th inning overall isn't the most popular, but the 6th inning was number 1, then the 7th, then the 9th, then the 8th, and then the 4th, 5th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 10th. So we did have a couple of extra innings. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Some of those stats. So, all right, we got to take a break. Phone number to join us, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, so we got you caught up on some NBA scores earlier. We got you caught up on the Women's March Madness. We'll get you caught up on Major League Baseball, some of the later games that are going on right now, and we'll do hot or cold. So still a lot of fun to be had. Get aboard here, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
And I have seen firsthand what addiction can do to a family, to a group of people. I want Tiger Woods to get well. I also don't even mean this to insinuate that he's like a hopeless, I don't know. But you read some of the quotes anonymously given to outlets like TMZ by friends of Tiger Woods. They all seem to be pretty worried about him. And there's a pattern of behavior here. I want him to get well. I want him to get healthy. And it's not just because he's arguably the greatest golfer of all time and has thrilled us with moments over the last 30 years. That's not the reason. It's because he's a human being. And he's got a family. And he's got kids. And he has people that depend on him and look up to him and care about him. Not just fans, family, loved ones. I want him to get well. I want him to do better. But until that happens, let's just call a spade a spade. This dude is a menace to society. He's a menace. He keeps getting messed up and getting behind the wheel and threatening not only his life, but more importantly, and I understand, one of the greatest golfers of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. When you get behind the wheel, you're threatening the lives of others, and in those moments, their lives are worth more than yours because you're the one putting their lives in harm's way. And I'll tell you, you don't have to be a parent to fully grasp what I'm saying and understand it. I would have felt this way before my daughter was born. But the thought of people like Tiger Woods being out there who repeatedly get behind the wheel impaired makes me sick to my stomach. He should be in jail. And I'm not saying that to pile on him, right? To be a jerk. It's nothing to do with him as a golfer. But if you can't follow the rules of society and you're going to put your life in jeopardy and the lives of others in jeopardy because you can't control yourself, sorry, we can feel bad and have empathy for him, which I do. But we can also say, no, enough, go away. He's 50 years old. Grow up. Like, I'm sorry that your body's failed you and you can't compete at the highest level and maybe you can't play at Augusta Net. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. Go count your money. Wipe your tears with $100 bills. Grow up. 50 years old. 50. Getting behind the wheel messed up. Enough. Aaron Glenn confirming what we all knew, right? That there's, quote, no doubt that Geno Smith will be the Jets starting quarterback. Glenn adding, quote, he, meaning Geno, is our guy. I am on record saying I think that this season is going to be a disaster for the Jets. And not a disaster in the way you're thinking, where they go 2-15. I think this is going to be worse than 2-15. And that doesn't mean 1-16 or 0-17. What that means is 7-10. What that means is maybe 8-9. Where I think the Jets are too good right now of a roster to be the worst team in the league. The Jets are not getting their quarterback of the future at second overall next month in the NFL draft. It's not happening. It's a one-quarterback draft with Fernando Mendoza. And that doesn't mean they shouldn't take Ty Simpson or Carson Beck or Garrett Nussmeier at some point. I think they should. But it's very likely that the Jets and other teams are putting their eggs in the 2027 NFL draft basket to find a quarterback. And I think Geno Smith and the signings they've made in free agency and what they'll do with all their early picks in the draft make it unlikely that the Jets will get one of those elite prospects next year in the NFL draft.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Sorry, I was reading a wild headphone. I was reading a wild headline that I'm going to have in hot or cold here in just a bit. Welcome back to the show. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Before we get to hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs, our video producer Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. By the way, Monty, sorry about your Hawkeyes. Tough way to go out. If you have any thoughts, you can speak now. But Monty said it best during the commercial break. He goes, what is it, opposite day? Because we're looking at these baseball games and looking at the scores. So the White Sox, they were 0-3 heading into the day, playing the Marlins. The Marlins also swept the Rockies. So make that what you will. But the Marlins were 3-0. And the White Sox hung 9 on the Marlins. So 9-4, the White Sox were winners. By the way, Munetaka Murakami, no home runs, so he's not going to tie Trevor Story's record of 4 straight games to begin a big league career with 4 home runs. He did have a hit, but the White Sox hung 9. The Nationals scored 13 on the Phillies. 13-2. The Nats beat the Phils. And in that game, you had no home runs by the Nationals. 13 runs with 0 homers. The only homer came from the Phillies. And it was their catcher, Rafael Marchand. So that was pretty crazy. And then you have the Rockies put up 14 on the Blue Jays. The Rockies, who got swept by the Marlins. Now, granted, Cody Ponce looked like I don't know if we have official confirmation, looked like he tore his ACL in the second inning. He came out of the game, was carted off, or in the third inning was carted off the field. And so the Blue Jays then had to go Johnny Holstaff. But still, the Rockies putting up 14. The Nats putting up 13. The White Sox putting up 9. Those are the 3 highest run totals of the day, and they're from some of the worst teams in baseball. So opposite day on the first Monday. How about that? Go figure. Okay. Some other finals here that I think are worth mentioning. The A's, they might be bad. They might be bad. It's only 4 games. We got to say that, of course. But they got shut out. Got swept by the Blue Jays. They got shut out today by the Braves. Bryce Elder with the Elder Wand. 6 shutout innings. And the A's, they're just not looking so good here to start. And they lost a couple of nail-biters to Toronto, but they're now 0-4. So winless are the A's, who still don't have a home to their name. A team that's trying to get their first win because they played the Dodgers and got swept to the D-backs. They lead the Tigers 1-0 so far in the bottom of the first. Dodgers and the Guardians scoreless in the bottom of the second. The Astros lead the Red Sox 7-1 in the bottom of the eighth. And Lance McCullers was downright ridiculous for Houston. 7 innings, just 1 run allowed with 9 strikeouts. And you got Yordan Alvarez, who hit a dong. Jose Altuve hit a dong. So the stars are showing out for the Astros, who are looking to get to 3-2 on the season. And then the Yankees trail the Mariners 1-0 so far in the bottom of the third. Seattle got their run on a Cole Young RBI single. So there you go. There's your scoreboard update for Major League Baseball. Okay, let's get to a little hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. And Combs, what's going on, man? What do you got for me?
All right, let's start with let's start with baseball. Sorry, I had to catch up to see where I was at here. Munetaka Murakami will be the face of the Chicago White Sox moving forward.
I will go hot. He will until Kyle Teal comes back. Munetaka Murakami will be the face of the White Sox until Kyle Teal comes back. And then I think Kyle Teal will be the face of the White Sox because I think this kid's going to be awesome. The catcher who last year played in 78 games and only hit 8 home runs, 35 RBIs. So the numbers don't jump off the page. But he had an OPS of just under 800. And he had a couple of games where he hits the snot out of the ball. So I think he's probably the future face of that franchise. But yeah, Munetaka Murakami coming over from Japan, off to a pretty damn good start. That's to say the least.
Yeah, look, I struggle with this one. I think that he will be because I think he's going to be that good. But there's also a guy that a lot of people forget about when they talk about the Chicago White Sox, and that's Colson Montgomery. This kid is a stud. And I know people are talking about Rock Kalowski, and you're going to draft Rock Kalowski, but Colson Montgomery probably moves over to third at that point when Rock Kalowski's ready to take over shortstop. Colson Montgomery is going to be so damn good. So I struggled with it at first. I think he's going to be close to being the face. So I think he might be closer to the face than Kyle Teal for me. But I think especially with the nicknames that can come out of it, Moonshot, Take It to the Moon, Murakami, like all these different things that they're going to come up with. I think Murakami is going to end up being the face of this team.
Since you said Rock Kalowski, all I keep thinking of is Rock Lobster, and that's all I want to keep calling. That's all I want to call him, Rock Lobster Kalowski. Rock Lobster. Dude, that White Sox team might be pretty damn good in a couple years. I know Cody Decker said so, but I mean, look, you're bad long enough. You're going to be like the Astros or the Orioles of years past, who are so bad for so long that eventually you just have a collection of studs that you can't be bad. Okay, hot or cold? I think my biggest reaction to March Madness this past weekend was the Duke collapse, and I took some not frustration. I mean, I didn't have Duke winning the title or going to the title game. I guess I just took my target aimed at John Shire. So I'll ask you this, Combs, hot or cold? John Shire will never win a national title.
I'm going to go false. I think John Shire will eventually win a national title with Duke. Oh, yeah, cold, sorry. False, cold, same thing. I'm gonna go with cold. I do think there's just, look, it's Duke, man. And there's too many ballers that want to go to Duke, that want to be a part of that school, a part of that program. So I just think that there's too much there, especially with the NIL. Duke can spend so much money on their basketball program. He's not stuck in another program where he's got to contend with football. Duke football isn't spending money on their football program. They're spending money on their basketball program. Their football program's secondary there. So I think eventually John Shire will get it done at Duke.
I'm going cold. I don't think he'll ever win a national championship because they should have cakewalked to one last year with Cooper Flagg, Con Knipple, and Malowach, and Tyrese Proctor, and the rest of that team they had last year, and they didn't. So I'm sorry. I don't think he's ever going to win one.
So you're going hot then?
Correct. Hot. John Shire will never win a national title.
All right. Hot or cold? CB Buckner should never be allowed to work the plate again as an umpire.
Sure. Hot. I mean, he's terrible. Right? I mean, we said for years Angel Hernandez should never be allowed to be an umpire in Major League Baseball, and then he continued to be an umpire in Major League Baseball. So CB Buckner is like kind of now our scapegoat. ABS is kind of, it's shown that more. Hopefully automated strike zones will take away his powers, his evil powers. Like he's Voldemort. You got to destroy the Horcruxes. ABS is one of them. Fully automated strike zone, and then he'll like turn back into the snake and crumble into the dust. Hot. Yeah, CB Buckner should never be allowed to work the plate again. He's god-awful, and this weekend proved it once again.
2 follow-up questions for you. First follow-up question, what do you think will be the most challenges in a CB Buckner umpired game? He had 8 in this last one.
Yeah, and that's because it went to extra innings. You know, again, technically, teams only get 2 per game. You get a third if you get one of the challenges right. And I think even if you go 3 for 3...
You get to keep him as long as you don't lose him. So you can keep challenging as long as you don't lose. Yeah. Yep. If you
So
lose
you have to
two,
go
you're
two for-
done. But if you get
miss your
one right,
first one, and what if you miss your first one and you get your second one right?
then you keep it. And same thing, if you get your first one right, you still have two. If you get your second one right, you still have two.
So as long as you get a challenge right, you keep the challenge.
You could go 30 for 30 in a game, technically.
Oh, okay. Wow. So I completely misinterpreted it. I thought it was limited. Wow.
Nope. Get it right, keep it.
Okay. So the most challenges in a CB Buckner game, Saturdays had 8. I'll say we probably get a game where there's 15. The only thing is, if he gets the benefit of the doubt on a borderline call, well, I guess he's doing his job right, and he's terrible. So I guess you just got to challenge. Like, eventually he'll get a pitch wrong that is just dead, that it's so obviously wrong, and then you just keep rattling those off. You just wait for the next egregious call, because there will probably be at least 10 a game.
Yeah. All right. Second follow-up question to that. As a pitcher in college, how many times did you, when you knew that you were getting benefit of call, just keep peppering the spot where you were getting the call? Like, whether it was down, whether it was away, inside. Like, how did that affect you as a pitcher? How did that change your approach if you were all of a sudden getting a wider strike zone?
Oh, yeah, you keep pounding the zone. I mean, and dude, college is one thing. High school, some of those umps were god awful. I would have my catcher set up literally on the other, like the other batter's box, where it's like there's the corner of the plate and then the batter's box on the inside part of the plate, set up there, hit the spot, you get the call every time. And it's like the batter's not hitting it unless they get up on the plate. But yeah, there would be times where it would be that bad. And it's like, why even throw a strike if I'm getting a strike call for a pitch that's 3 inches off the plate? Yeah, those are the fun parts about pitching, when you had an umpire that was so bad in your favor. And most of the time, high school umpires, they wanted to go home early, so they would give you a bigger strike zone.
How did it affect you the other way? Like, if you got pinched,
if you were getting squeezed.
Yeah. You ever throw at an umpire and tell your catcher not to catch it?
No, I never did that. But a bunch of F-bombs with my glove covering my face, because, again, most of those guys were old, and I'm not being an ageist, but, again, they were just mostly old guys. And so a lot of F-bombs with the glove covering my face, and they, never hurt them.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's infuriating, because you're like, all right, I guess I can't attack that part of the zone because I'm just not going to get the call. So, but you're like, well, consequently, they've got to be terrible in another part of the zone, so let me see where I can exploit it. And then, you normally... you're not playing like Tetris, like trying to pick apart the parts of the zone. If you get a call that's not a strike, you're like, okay, let me throw it there again. And then you find out pretty quickly. But, most coaches are pretty good. They're like, hey, we better be getting that spot. Or like, hey, Blue, that's you're off on that one. So it wasn't like you could pound it for an entire game. You get some of a minor advantage, but within an at-bat sometimes, the way that an ump would stand over the catcher's shoulder and the way that my catcher would set up, you could get 2 or 3 in a row where it wasn't even close, and those were fun.
Yeah, look, you get those as a batter. It's frustrating when you get a wide zone. I mean, I've had a conversation with umpires like, how am I supposed to hit this? Like, why is he getting so much outside? Why do I have to lean? Like, how do I hit that? You tell me how I hit that, and then tell me that you have a good zone. I've got tossed from a couple of games for asking that.
I've actually never been tossed from a game, but I love that you've been ejected. That is phenomenal. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, Combs, there's a restaurant that's offering free ice cream if you just do one thing that so many of us could probably not do. And it's not hard. I'll tell you what it is when we come back. We'll finish off any hot or cold. We'll get you any last final score updates before we turn things over to Linnell Willingham. I'm Pat Boyle. That's producer Brandon Combs. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
how last season went, with Brown publicly feuding with Jalen Hurts and Brown acting like, like a lovesick teenager with posts on Instagram and posts on Twitter. And you can act like a petulant child if you're balling out and you're winning games and you're winning a Super Bowl. Then you can get away with a lot of stuff. But if you're dropping passes in the biggest game of the season, like he did in the wild card loss at home against a injury-riddled and overmatched Niners team, you can't get away with it. I came on the air the Monday after wild card weekend and said, and led the show, and said that A.J. Brown and the Eagles need to part ways. This is no longer tenable. You can say it's more Jalen Hurts' fault. It doesn't matter. Hurts won Super Bowl MVP last year. He ain't going anywhere. So you trade the receiver. And I think this is definitely going to happen. So the first reason why I think it's going to happen is that it makes sense that it happens. But look, lots of things make sense in life and don't happen. In sports and otherwise. The other reason why I believe it's going to happen is because there's been tons of reporting around it already. That the Patriots have made an offer that the Eagles turned down. That the Rams, Jordan Rodriguez of The Athletic reporting that along with Diana Rossini, that the Rams were interested in trading for A.J. Brown and then swung the move for Trent McDuffie, which, by the way, I don't think takes the Rams out of the sweepstakes for A.J. Brown. Just saying. Maybe makes it less likely. I don't necessarily think they're out of the running. This all wouldn't be out there, right? And reported in the fashion that it is if it were just the Eagles saying no and lose our number. That's not what it is. So to me, my translation of all of this is we're going to hold on to A.J. Brown until we get the offer that we want to accept. And as time goes on, that offer is probably going to be less and less from other teams. My sense is that the Eagles will make a trade, designated as a post-June 1, because it helps financially, and I do think A.J. Brown will be playing elsewhere next season, regardless of whatever Howie Roseman says publicly or privately right now. And he's talking a lot publicly right now at the league meetings in Arizona. The real big story coming out of opening weekend in Major League Baseball, ABS, where we are seeing balls and strikes challenged a ton, and generally the umpire being proven to be wrong. Most notably in the Reds-Red Sox game this weekend, where on back-to-back pitches, Eugenio Suarez challenges two horrific C.B. Buckner calls and is proven right on both of them. And the crowd at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, this is like the loudest anyone's cheered in Cincinnati since and I know the game was in Arrowhead, since the Bengals beat the Chiefs in the 2021 AFC Championship game. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for Buckner being wrong on both of those calls. Now, C.B. Buckner is widely considered to be, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's right, one of the worst umpires in Major League Baseball. And has a terrible reputation for years. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I don't know him personally, but not the best umpire. I love ABS. I think this is so great. It adds this extra layer of fun and suspense to the proceedings. And as the season goes on, we are going to see it be employed even more strategically than it is now. Like there was a sequence in a Cubs game over the weekend with Nico Horner, right, where he probably should have challenged a ball that would have loaded the bases, and he doesn't, and then he ends up grounding into a double play afterwards. Just as an example, right, where people are asking, do you want to hold it for the very end of the game? When do you employ the challenge, right? I think it's so interesting, and I think will be a very entertaining subplot to what I think could be one of the best MLB regular seasons we've had in a long time.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls here in just a minute. But before we do that, I don't know if this is trolling or not, because I think everybody likes to laugh at Duke's expense. But maybe not. I'll just read it. Here's a tweet coming from Maurice Smith at Sneaker Boots HU. And he said, Hat Boyle 44, I appreciate and want to congratulate you on being the only critical one on Duke and John Shire. No one else is. That kind of feels like trolling, but I'll take it in case it's not. Yeah, I mean, again, I said it before, kind of half joking, but mostly serious to Combs in hot or cold. I don't know if John Shire will ever win a title, because I mean, he is a masterclass in meltdowns. So there's that. All right, let's get to a phone call here. Ross is in New Jersey. Next up, wants to talk about the rookies in Major League Baseball and how they've shined so far. Ross is on line one. Go ahead, Ross. What's up, brother? Ross, you there? All right, let's see. We had an issue with, for whatever reason, getting Ross patched into the show last time. Let's see. I'll give him an extra 30 seconds here in case it's an issue with the phone system. But let's see if we got Ross this time. Ross, what's up, brother?
Pat, you got me, man? I think I just heard the beat.
Yes, sir. I got you now, man.
What's going on, man? Third time's the charm. How you doing, bro?
Good, dude. How are you? How was the first weekend for you?
Awesome, bro. Best time of the year. Really quick on the bracket front. UConn, Michigan was my pre-bracket prediction, so still alive, man. I took some hits. Obviously, you know, I had Brad's ILL as a first-round exit, but other than that, I got UConn, Michigan was my pick, so that's still looking solid. But,
well, look, if you get the national championship right and you get the national champion, like odds are, unless you're in a bracket pool with like 500 people where you got multiple people that had the same title game as you and the same champion, like you're going to win your bracket. You know, so you got if you got Duke, Michigan, or you get UConn, Michigan, and whoever you had winning it wins it, like you're probably gonna win some Scott.
Dude, I nailed that East region. The only game I got wrong was the Louisville, South Florida, but it was no harm, no foul. I had South Florida losing round of 32 anyway. Everything else I got perfect, bro. But anyway, bro, on the baseball front, bro, you look at some of these rookies, right? You got McGonigal with Detroit. You guys brought up Murakami, and I think you're spot on with the White Sox. I would look at their pitching's kind of rocky. I think they kind of remind me a lot of the Athletics. They each got a ton of hitting. Chase DeWater had 4 homers, I think, in his first 2 games, or 3 homers in his first 2. He had a ton of homers
4. He's got 4.
First series. It was 4. Yep. JJ Weatherholt.
Ross, by the way, whenever you hear Kevin McGonigal, inside joke, both of us, growing up with WFAN, tell me you don't think about our guy C-Mac and Mike Francesa going, McGonigal.
Yes, sir, bro. Every time with Francesa. I got to stop myself. Sometimes I mean to say McMonagle talking about the player on the Tigers. I got to kind of like double take. But you even got Weatherholt on the Cardinals, another one. So just really quick, bro, I know you're kind of running out of time. I know you see like a lot of times the keep 3, cut 5. If you were to do a keep 2, cut 3 of DeWater, McGonigal, Murakami, Okamoto, and Weatherholt, kind of like the few rookies to kind of shine so far this year, for the rest of their careers, if you could only keep 2 of those, who would you keep solely off what we've seen so far this year?
I mean, just off what we've seen the first couple of games, Chase DeLauder I'm keeping, and Kevin McGonigal I'm keeping. DeLauder's got unrivaled power. I think he's going to hit 40 bombs this year, honestly. I mean, you don't hit 4 in 3 games by accident, and McGonigal just seems like he is a hitting machine. So I will take those 2. What about you, brother? You still there? Who you grabbing in 30 seconds or less?
Kami, I could bet McGonigal, I think he's younger. Merck. You got me?
Go ahead.
I'd take DeWater and Murakami would be my 2.
All right. That's I can't go wrong with Murakami with the way he's showing off the power, and it's a guy that's proven it in professional baseball, in Japan. So it's probably a smaller step up to Major League Baseball than it is going from Double-A to Major League Baseball. But Ross, appreciate the call as always, brother. That's a good question. Really quickly here, we got a minute. I just want to tell Combs, apparently Chick-fil-A is giving out free ice cream to families. And I don't know how many people it has to be. I guess as long as it's 3 people, parents or a guardian and 2 kids. If you lock your phone away, they're calling it the Coop Challenge. I guess they give you like a little takeout box. You put your phones in there and you alert one of the servers or people that work inside the restaurant. You sit down and eat at Chick-fil-A and you keep your phones in there the whole time. They give you free ice cream. People should be trying that at home. You want to talk about trying to get your kids off the screens. You do that. Chick-fil-A, got to bring what Chick-fil-A is doing, bring it into your own house.
I didn't even know Chick-fil-A had ice cream.
I mean, now you do. Yeah, you get some free ice cream. All right, thanks to Fun Show. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Chloe, Pratt, Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy, Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow.
And if you have a pie chart of blame, right, we're trying to figure out who deserves the blame for Duke losing this game in ridiculous fashion to the Connecticut Huskies. I don't know how it's possible that the lion's share of it doesn't go to the Duke head coach, Jon Scheyer. Now, before I really criticize Jon Scheyer, which is about to happen, this needs to be said, right? Because we always want to be fair here on the show. We want to call it like it is. We want to be able to criticize when appropriate, but also give credit where appropriate. Jon Scheyer is a really good coach. He is not a bad coach at all. 11-4 in the NCAA tournament is Jon Scheyer. Like, they've been to 3 Elite Eights in 4 seasons, went to a Final Four. Like, you can argue last year had the best team. You could argue this year Duke had the best team. And there's something to be said for that, right? And, you'll sign up for this if you're a Duke fan. Like being in these spots at the end of the season every year. And I'll also throw out there that if I told you that Jon Scheyer's going to coach at Duke for another 20 years, let's say, and maybe it's longer, maybe it's shorter, he's probably going to win a national championship. Like, that's probably going to happen. If Duke keeps spending money like they are with NIL, keeps recruiting, keeps getting these great players, these star-studded teams, like, they're probably going to, not definitely, but again, think about it, right? They're probably going to win a national championship. Not definitely, but I think they will probably win one under Jon Scheyer. But until then, he's going to have to face these allegations. And the allegations are that he is not a big game coach and doesn't have what it takes to coax a victory out of his team at the ends of these games when the bleep's hitting the fan and everything's going wrong and the other team's going nuts and the crowd is behind the other team because everybody hates Duke. He's going to have a hard time beating these allegations. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because now we've seen it happen 2 consecutive years with Jon Scheyer with these tournament collapses. And it's incredible to me, and it really shouldn't be. And I'm not claiming to know who's at fault, if the refs are at fault, or if the NFL's at fault. To me, like, it really doesn't make a difference. Here's what I know. The NFL should be above things like this, right? They should be above it. Should find a way to figure it out. The NFL doesn't care. And I don't know how many times we collectively as fans need to be reminded that the NFL doesn't care. And the reason why the NFL doesn't care, and frankly, doesn't really have to care, is because we, and I'll put myself at the front of I'm at the front of the line, I'm holding the flag. In the Nathaniel Hawthorne book, The Scarlet Letter, the main character has to wear a scarlet letter A, and the A stands for adultery. Present day, we are wearing the scarlet letter A as NFL fans, and the A stands here for addicts. Because we are hopelessly addicted to the National Football League. They could play games on Christmas. There'll be a game on Easter at some point, even though it's in the middle of the offseason. It doesn't make a difference. Every day of the week, doesn't matter. Referees can be terrible. Doesn't make a difference. We are all hopelessly addicted to the National Football League, and I am at the front of the line. There could